Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the Influencer Showdown number 2. I'm John P. I'm back once again, joined by my right-hand man, Organized. We're obviously bringing you the brand new update and the brand new map, which is Fracture. Organized. Look, I know you're glad to be back. I'm glad to be joining you, but talk to me about this map, Fracture, man. It's so much fun.
It's bending what I think of when it comes to FPS games, if you get what I mean. Like, you know, we come into Valorant with like the CS style of map, and they've just thrown that out the window for this one. It's such a breath of fresh air in the FPS space. It's honestly, it's great fun. I've been having a blast playing it last night. I'm sure you have as well. It's honestly incredible.
Yeah, it's safe to say I was up until the early hours of the morning making content, playing games. But Organised, just run me through these groups here, run me through the teams and how this tournament's going to actually work.
So, 2 groups of 4 teams. Group A, we've got So Marcus's team, Sidro's, Flights, and How to Noodles team. And then in B, Drio UK, Flares, Dr. Freeze, and Team UP. One team from both of those groups can make it to the final. That's all. Each of those teams are going to play each other. Whoever comes out on top of the group goes into the final. There is each time going to be 4 games going on. Of course, we can only spectate one. So for the first one, we're going with Marcus and Sidros, then Drio versus UP, and finally Flights versus Marcus. Those are the teams you guys are going to see on the broadcast. And then obviously whoever wins goes into the final. And that is going to be who we are spectating for that. And it's looking a little bit complicated just from that screen, but hopefully you guys are going to be okay understanding it. I'm sure, John, you had a little bit of a struggle, but, you know, we got there in the end. And straight into the agent select for this first map versus Marcus and Sidros.
Yeah, it's safe to say throughout rehearsals we had to do about 5 takes for me to wrap my head around the system that we were running today. It's a little bit untraditional, but hey ho, we like to mix things up here over at the Goose House. So yes, headed into agent selection, and this is a map in particular here, Organised, that it's going to be a very based heavily on team communication and getting your team comp ever so right from the get-go. I feel like us as hosts and casters, we say that so much going into maps like Bind, Ascend, you know, Breeze, whatever it may be. But Fracture, it is so vital you have correct team comp. And obviously, this being a brand new map, at the moment, no one really knows what agents are going to work so well.
I've got to agree with you there, but I've picked up a few from the games I played last night. I think it's a very good raised map, so we've got to keep our eye on Grey FPS over there on Team Marcus. And then Sky, I don't think the map's specially designed for Sky, but I think Sky is just such a good agent at the moment that she is definitely going to be strong on this map. And then smoke characters like Astra and Brimstone are actually very good because it's such a short rotate between the 2 bomb sites. If you go through the middle of the map, you can kind of just play that sort of IGL role for Brimstone, you know, on his iPad, or Astra up in astral form. But you can just sit there and just, as soon as a hit comes through, you can rotate within 5 seconds and be there to help them on the team. So we are seeing 2 Omens come out instead for the smoke characters. Of course, Omen does the job. He's just not got that, you know, IGL capability where he can sort of see the whole map at once and then decide how to make the plays from there.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's going to be interesting to see over the next few weeks or so, once you guys at home get the brand new map drop, what sort of team comps we like to run. But I agree with you on the Sky point. I had a chance to play this map over the past, you know, few hours, late last night, early hours of this morning, and I ran Sky a few times, and she actually works very well. You know, having that scout, the dog available to get that early information on a map like this is so important. But not only that, you know, those flashes can come in so handy, flashing down towards Long or Banana, for example. So we have to wait and see how this plays out, and it's looks like it's going to be headed into round 1 relatively soon. It's going to be Team Grey on the attacking side of things here now, Organised. And this is a new addition into the game and the map that we've seen. The attackers, the T sides, they can actually pick what side of the map they want to attack each bomb site for. And are you a bit of a fan of this, or are you more of a more traditional, okay, we have a CT spawn and we have a T spawn?
I do like this. It does make it very complicated to try and learn. This map, genuinely, it's been one of the toughest ones to try and figure out. And calls on this map as well. You know, you call it A, but which side of A? We ended up calling it A North, A South, that kind of thing. It's a breath of fresh air, like I said earlier, though. It's so unique that we haven't seen this kind of thing within Valorant before, and that's the first kill within any FPS game before, really. Grey gonna start it off against Isaac, and I said, you know, that Raze is a strong character. You do get a lot of early engagement on this map, people just taking angles. Maybe that's because they haven't really figured out the map just yet. Sidro's gonna go for a jiggle peek, nothing gonna come through from that apart from the info. But like I said, it's an early info map that I think we're gonna see a lot of people getting behind each other and getting those knife kills, but in some trouble here.
Yeah, and one thing I do like to say is on this map, what I've noticed in particular, organized, is there's actually a lot of early skirmishes in comparison to other maps, just due to the fact that the map is so split up, and you know you've got to take those early angels if you're the attackers to try and break your way into the site. As Marcus does find some tags on to Sid, does drop, so 5 versus 2 situation on the post plant. Talia does find one. It's going to be Marcus who drops, so it's just up to her and Bob to try and put this retake through, but the numbers very much against him, and just like that, Talia finds one. The kill gets traded up by Dan, and that's going to be the first kill. The first kill on the board for Dan in the first round for his team as well. As I'm a bit torn here, to be honest with you, Toby. I don't really know what side of the map actually favours, you know, which team, for example, because you know I've had this theory, and I've had this chat many times with players that I've played with, is when you're playing on the attacking side of things, it's almost like you're playing on the defender side, and if you're playing on the defender side, it's almost like you're playing on the attacker side. You know, it's like the role reversal slightly, even though your objectives are very much different, just because of, you know, how split the map is, all the angles. You know, trying to take a site on this map it can be quite difficult, because there's about 4 or 5 exits you've got to try and execute at the same time. But alternatively, if you're the defenders, you've got to hold and try and keep those players off of those angles at the same time.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head there. It is very much reversed in terms. I think personally this is an attacking sided map, because you just have that ability. Eco round going to come through. Nothing really too exciting here going on, sorry, so that's why we're talking over this. But there's nothing to, you know, like, you have the ability to really control the map. People talk in terms of being on the attacking side, you decide the pacing of the game, and the defenders sort of have to respond to that. This map fully encompasses that theory, where you really are the one choosing which angle to come into the bomb site from. You can split through both sides on A, you can, you know, go to A, and the rotates are just so quick. Even going around the edge of the map, it looks quite big. The rotates are no more than 10 seconds max. Even if you go across the ropes, that's only adding like 15 seconds. You know, you can actually go across the ropes 5 times during the buy phase. I tested this yesterday, don't know why, just felt like it. All of us are just going straight across those ropes every time.
I've got your trail.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, it's always nice to know, and timing is so very much important in a game of Valorant, especially on a map like this where the rotations are so short and snappy. I think you hit the nail on the head when you said, you know, you can really switch the sites relatively quickly, and I think through connector from A to B, it's around a 5 or a 6 second rotate through the middle of the map, and that is awfully quick if Swizzini and Bob combine for a few kills, make it a 3k from Swizzini as he drops Nami and Dan as well. Just the one reply back from Marcus, and it's up to him in 3 versus 1. Spike down is on the B site, but this is not looking too good for him, and a lot better fall by round we've seen on the board already from Team Sidros.
Yeah, that was a lovely 3-piece from Swizzini there. I don't think he even saw the last player, but Marcus does claim one back on towards European Bob, and I believe who's that jet? I'm not quite sure. That's Swizzini, I think, in fact, the guy who did most of the work already. He does have that 3k. He's very low though, so this could be, if Marcus can isolate this kill on towards Isaac on that Omen, who's holding a lovely angle, hopefully won't get flashed by that. Yes, he will actually. Hiding in the corner now. Is Marcus aware? Yes, he isn't. No. Isaac's going to come through, deny the chance of them getting back in. And that's going to be the first round now for the defending team.
Yeah, and it's them situations there that we've seen a lot of the time throughout playing, you know, customs, for example, organized, where, you know, if that spike gets dropped on the site and you're in like a 2 versus 3 or a 1 versus 2 and you get spotted, it's going to be so hard for you to try and pick up that spike and plant it. That's where the attacking side of things can almost feel like you're in the defender side and you're trying to play against a 2 versus 1 and play around the 2 other players, because, you know, it's a very, very awkward site to try and take. In particular B, there's what, 4 lanes you can get shot from. You can get shot from the side where the nest is, from where stairs are, and from canteen or even connector as well. So unfortunately, Marcus can't bite the bullet there and find the extra 2 kills to add to the one he got originally, but it's still early days here on Fracture, and it's going to be a little bit of a while before we see these teams looking for a Fracture of Hope.
Yeah, these guys are very early doors right now. And speaking of doors, that door that you can see on screen right now, that does open, but it does have an audio cue. Lovely shot from Swizzini as he takes down Dan. ELSD trying to push into the site. And this is the power of that raise there, throwing those nades to isolate the angle, force Swizzini back, allowing Gray to peek up and over onto that site. I believe he did almost pick up a kill there. And now this is the site for this team, but like you said earlier, John, these sites are so open and there's so many positions you can work on them. Once you do get on these sites, it's so hard to hold them and hold off these players that, you know, it really is a struggle. But Nami, lovely shot on towards Sidros there, and there is actually a wall back site which isolates all of these angles, although ignore that. She's going running off. Is she going to commit to this ult? Yes, she is. Swizzny not going to be able to pick it up as she comes out of that ult. Ray now up top. Can he find anything? Two of these players are so low HP right now. Nami going to go down. Ray looking for the clip for the radio. I'm sure it's coming through. There's two. Can he get the third? The ult is going to be invested. He's underneath. Not going to get the damage through. I don't know if Gray knows that it's underneath, but there's the nade right on top of Swizzny, and what a clip for his own video. That's, I'm sure, going to be going in the next one, so watch out for that. 4 rounds in, and Gray already putting on a performance. I said it's a raise map, and he's doing it right there.
Yeah, that's going to be on TikTok or Twitter later on, to say the least. Unfortunately, it doesn't connect with the showstopper to make it look a little bit more cleaner, but the nade comes through anyway. And yeah, you know, when you said originally that you thought this was a raise map, I wasn't too sure that I agreed with you. But now seeing, you know, the potential that Raze has on this map with those satchel boosts to try and break those angles and entry onto site a little bit easier, and, you know, having that nade for the post plant, for example, I can see why the Agent Raze might be selected in some team comps, especially at a higher level as well, because there is some sort of, you know, viability there, as it is going to be. This side of Team Sidros forced to put up an eco, just a frenzy in the hand of Isaac, but he meets the Vandal headshot from the man himself, Dan, as Bladestorm invested here from Swizzny. And his squad right now pretty much just said, we got to hope that you frag out with this Bladestorm because we've only got pistols in our hand. And it looks like already early on here, Team So Marcus, they seem to favour this A side.
Yeah, these guys haven't really been exploring that B. I think we saw one round on B, and that was actually when the defenders won. So, you know, why change what isn't broken right now? They've taken 3 rounds over towards this A bomb site, so why go towards B? But Marcus is going to come back in. He does have that Vandal for himself. Not going to be able to find anything. This is looking like they're going to put a 4th on the board. There you are. Find a kill as well. Yes, he will. Marcus, one of the strongest players. I must say, top Radiant. Nami going to help him out when he couldn't quite close it, but the 4th round on the board. I believe the defenders were only on eco, so it's not too crazy that they picked that one up so easily. But it was a flawless round. Building that bank, building that economy for a map where, you know, obviously, well, everything in Valorant is around the economy, right? So you're going to want to build that bank up as much as possible.
Yeah, just highlighting what you said about Marcus being one of the top players within this whole Influencer Showdown. I had the chance to play some games with him last night. Fortunately for me, I was on his team because this man's crosshair placement and, you know, his trigger discipline, especially with that Vandal, is really second to none. He's a very, very talented player. Doesn't surprise us that we always see him fragging out towards the top 500 of Radiant relatively easily, but got to try and keep up the good work, as he is the captain for his team. They're looking in at a relatively good stand at the moment, as they have got the 3rd round advantage. But once again, Spike can deliver towards A. There is one player, which is going to be Marcus, lurking over towards Banana on B side. But the aggression here throughout A main is really, really working well for the side of Team Marcus. They're getting those smokes down. They're executing relatively well. But as I say, that Great Wall, he gets caught with his pants down, and that's going to be a headshot from Bob.
Yeah, unfortunate jump from Gray there, getting in. Bob just ready on the angle, but this is another thing, you just saw it there. You can actually shift along that zipline and you won't be hurt. So obviously those ziplines go right along underneath the CT spawn. Dan walking out on towards Isaac, and Isaac going to pick up that kill very easily. But they go underneath the spawn, so you can shift along them, not make any noise for the rotation. It's quite useful to be able to have that quick rotate, but the B is coming through. Marcus going to pick up a good start. And this is looking like a round that they might get. Swizzny.
30 seconds left. One enemy
Bob
remaining.
One and Swizzny. There he is.
Spike down.
Can he pick this up? Not quite, but he does get taken down by Isaac. Good round from the defenders to pick up their 2nd one now.
Yeah, that was a nice hold on the rotation as well. We mentioned how quickly you can rotate throughout the middle of the map, especially on those zip lines as well, to try and set up some sort of flank, and we saw it demonstrated perfectly there. Sid did a great job of staying alive as long as possible on that B site, and I think Killjoy's one agent in particular that I want to highlight, Organized, that I feel like that could be very, very useful on this map. You know, having that turret for the info as well as the alarm bot on the mollies to sort of delay pushes and stop spike plants. It wouldn't surprise me if we see some teams pick up that and develop it into their team comp once we see, obviously, the map release and you guys at home get a chance to play it. But One thing I want to mention, you mentioned the fact that you can shift on those zip lines as well, but, you know, these aren't like normal zip lines. You can't turn around on them, Organized. Once you commit to that zip line, it's a one-way traffic zip line. So, you know, no doubt we'll see throughout the rest of this tournament a few funny plays where players do end up getting caught stuck in that one-way transition.
Yeah, we've had a few funny rounds where we sort of do something which we call jousting on those zip lines. Each team lines up either side, and you just both go. You know, it's great on pistol rounds with classics, trying to right-click each other off of them. It's good fun. But yeah, they are one way, like you say, and you know that can really cost you if you're trying to go for that rotate. You spot a player at the other side. There's not much you can do. While you're slightly accurate on those zip lines, you're not really going to be able to hit the shots. And the player definitely will. But Dan going into that site, picking up 2 huge kills on Talia and Sidros, and he's just completely opened it up for them right now. And these defenders down into a 3v4 now. The bomb is going to go down, and this is just looking unfortunate until Swizny brings one back on towards Nami. Equalizing the numbers. Bomb has gone down. Niachu picked that up for themselves. And there is the res as well available for the stage. So I'm wondering if she's going to go for it. Dan holding off these players. Omen comes bolting in towards site. Going to cancel. That's going to be nice getting out of there. Dan back for himself again, and another one. And oh my god, Dan picking up the ace. It's his tournament, and he's putting on a show for it. What a round from him. I bet you he's feeling good about that. I was playing with him last night, and he had an absolute killer of a game. He said he plays like this tomorrow, and he has certainly turned out indeed.
Yeah, the transition in crosshair placement there from the kill onto Swizny to then go ahead and immediately snap onto the head of Isaac, and then fantastic spray control to just pull down and pick up the kill, which I believe was honor to Bob. So great ace from Dan, really showing up when it matters. And you know, 9-3 at the moment. We know him as the lurking Rainer, but apparently these days on this map he likes to play a little bit more fast-paced and aggro, and it's going to be an eco once again for the side of Team Sid Roses. They're really struggling right now on the defender's side of Fracture, but we did mention earlier on, Toby, that it is, you know, it can be somewhat considered quite an... Oh my god, there's no way. They're not going to check this corner because the boombot should have cleared it. Oh, that's heartbreaking. The boombot run out just at the nick of time as Isaac finds the kill onto Niachu. Swizny takes down Marcus. Nami does trade it out, but a 4 versus 2, and what should have been a really guaranteed round win here for the side of Team Marcus looks like it's a little bit of a sticky situation. But say that Ray does find the kill onto Bob, as Harley is there to find the shots on the Sheriff, and just like that, it's all up to Nami.
I think all we can take from that is check your corners, guys. Isaac picked one up, and then we saw Gray get another one with the player just walking straight past him. Obviously, it's a new map. You know, playing yesterday, I was looking at the mini-map trying to work out where players were, and it was a struggle. So you got to forgive everyone for not really knowing which corners to check and what on earth is going on. But Nami into the 1 versus 3. Let's see what she can do here. She does have the bomb down. Will she catch Sidros rotating? She will. Talia there as well. They're all kind of coming in from the same position. Not going to be able to pick up the first one on Swizny, and that's going to be them going down. Defenders up on towards 3 rounds now, and that's a good start from them. Going to give the bomb defuse over towards the Jet, you know, that ult economy, pick up that ult orb for the, you know, from the defuse. Really good stuff from them. Nice retake, and it was a well played 3 versus 1.
Yeah, really nice. I mean, I think this map in particular is, we're going to see a lot more crazy plays happen organized. I think not only throughout tonight's tournament, but just in general, and at a high tier 1, you know, professional level of Valorant on this map. I think on this map, 3 versus 1s, for example, they might not be, you know, too out of the ordinary because there's so many lanes to hold. I mean, look, if you're a player, for example, like a Rainer or like a Jet, right, you can get a quick kill and dash away or dismiss away. You start to, you know, really pin down where the enemies are coming from, and you can start to execute them 1 by 1 and pick people off 1 by 1. You can turn a 2 versus 4 or a 1 versus 3 into, you know, your favor relatively easy. But I think for the first time here on Fracture, we are going to be headed over to the B site with the spike in hand for the side of Team So Marcus. As I say that, they've actually, I love this. I really like this. What they've done is they've elected to walk through sewers straight into the back where Banana is, but immediately, as soon as that contact comes through, Sid's going to go ahead and pop her lockdown, but there's Swizny. Does find the kill to Marcus. Nami does immediately trade that out, and the res comes straight back through. So 5 versus 4, numbers advantage here in favour of the attackers of the side of Team So Marcus, but we have got the res available here for Talia on the side of Team Sid Rose as well.
Yeah, European Bob taking that early, what are they called, jellyfish cabbages, whatever you guys want to call them. over towards Dish, taking that out and rotating back towards the site. Nami did actually ult up nice and close so she could try and take this isolated fight. Not going to get it. But here comes Gray. Gonna not... What on earth happened there? Where did the ult go? I didn't even see it explode. He's going to go down to Bob, but Marcus does claim that back in towards the 3 versus 3. The wall does come up to block off Isaac. That's going to be broken straight away. The res from Talia bringing up the defenders' numbers up to 4, and they really do have this pinch. Talia jumping into sight, not going to be taken down by Isaac. Maybe a bit of a whiff from him, but look at these 3 players flanking from Dish, coming in from A North or whatever you want to call it, Satellite Dish. 3 of them coming through. Marcus does finally get Isaac, and it's all these players piling out the top now. Do they have guns? Not really. Swisney on the classic, but he's in behind them. Is he going to get any? Yes, he will. 1, not going to get the second. The knife comes out. Will he get it? Yes, he will. The Sky up top. Now, what can Marcus do? There's the first on towards Sidros. He doesn't have any blinds. He's just going to have to jump down, and Swisney claims it back, but I don't think there's enough time for the defuse, and I think this is going the way of the attackers. Yes, it will. 6-3 to the attacking side. What on earth?
Yeah, Swisney nearly had one for the highlight reel, to say the least there, Toby. When he first... originally, he missed the first right click onto Neochu, who was slightly in front of Dan LSD, but then he snaps onto Dan with the right click, then finds the knife onto Neochu, picks the final kill up onto Marcus, but Marcus just delaying the time by the nick of time, you know, around 2 or 3 seconds to spare on that spike defusal. And fortunately for the squad of Team Marcus, they put their 6th round on the board here on the attacking side, or at least their attacking half in Fracture. And guys, let us know at home what your first thoughts are on this map. Do you think it's going to be a great map? Let us know. We're always interested to see. We'll be sure to try and reply to some of you guys in the chat if we can. And if we can...
Oh no, Isaac in the same position that he got ELSD in last time. He's going to get another chance, and Dan once again not checking his corner. I think this time he had his knife out, but Gray, oh my god, getting pushed by Swisney with the classic. Free gun, by the way, not going to result in a kill going his way. Gray does secure that one. European Bob trying to come in towards the site, not allowing them to get the the plant just yet, but nothing going to come through his way. A little bit of damage on towards Neochu, but nothing a Sage Orb can't heal.
Marcus is going to go huge here. I think Marcus is the player who's just been sort of, you know, sent on the flank every single time to just try and lurk towards the middle of the map, because well, what you can see happen a lot of the time here, or if you had the same sort of issue when you were trying to execute a site, because the site is so close quartered, you have to try and execute and push all out at once, and then before you know it, you know, there's 4 or 5 of you stuck in one sort of corner on the side of the map. There's only really this one big pillar in the middle to be used as any sort of cover, so I feel like that's what we see happen a lot of the time. But luckily, Marcus is there towards A main. He finds one. Can he find the third? Sid is there to find the 3K, but she's not got enough time. She's just got to try and escape and save the gun. She doesn't. She drops. It's going to be the 7th round on the board for Team Marcus. And right now, they are playing this map relatively well. And it's almost like they've got experience playing it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these guys were probably grinding it hardcore last night. I know I played with a few of these guys, especially European Bob. He was absolutely on it last night. Posted a lovely 1v3 that he got against me on Twitter earlier, which was a bit embarrassing to see how badly we got destroyed. But these guys are all good players. A lot of them have been practicing. So yeah, you're absolutely right. These guys know what they're doing with this map. I think I fully agree with what you were saying earlier about the fact that once you get on the site, you're almost trapped in a corner because there's so many positions that the defending team can come from. And I think that relates to what you said as well with the Reyna and Sky, how you can reposition so quickly. And so it's quite good for these 1v3s or whatever. Bob, lovely shot on towards Dan, and Talia gets one on towards Gray. The flash from Marcus does come through, takes her down, and Nami chimes with one back, puts them down into the 2v2 as Sidros cleans up Marcus. And this is looking like it still could go either way. We've gone from a 5v5 down to the 2v2, but no real ground has been taken. This was, like we said, all early fights. Neochu just spotted out by Sidros as they rotate off the site. And Nami, I think she wanted to go slow, but this is so smart right now.
I think they've, even with that step, they still solved the rotate, right? Because they got that information towards the back of, but not on the button. They had to find the first, slaps onto the second. And it's going to be the 4th round on the board for Team Sidros. For a second there, I thought that step might have played into their favour, and I thought they would have sort of one-on-one split and expected Neochu. Isaac, he's got too much of a big brain for that. He rotates over towards the back of sewers and catches those 2 players. And finally, we're starting to see a little bit of resilience come back here for the defenders, and I think this is one of those maps. You mentioned that you think it's quite attacking-sided. if you can put, 5 or 6 rounds on the board as the defensive side, you're looking very, very strong going into that attacking half. Because honestly, this map, it can really swing either way depending on how well you play as a team.
Yeah, for sure. This 7-5 half is, not bad at all for the defending team here. It's such a hard map. The fact that the defenders automatically are so close to the bomb site, and we see it right here. They're not even 20 seconds into the round, and they're on the bomb site right now. They could easily get this plant down and start playing those after plant positions. The fact that you are able to get on the site this quickly is insane. And there you are. The plant does go through. They do have a lot of ults invested on this defending side, the Reyna and the Reyna and the Jet right now. But they are going to lose a player to begin with. Swizzny does claim one back. Marcus, Spectre at range is good for 1, not 2 though. And Gray gonna pick one up for himself as well. And we're back into this 2v2. I feel like we keep casting these 2v2s, but it's looking possible. There is Neochu stuck underneath, and Gray hopefully defending her from getting pushed right here. He is going to hide in the corner a little bit, and that slow up might be costly. He's not going to be able to get the angle quite perfectly, and Neochu backside does go down to European Bob as they clean it up too easily, and that's going to be a 7-5 half. Like we said, it's a good one for the defenders. That's a good scoreline right here, and this is looking still very, very competitive.
Yeah, and just highlighting the point that I made earlier on that you said you agree with, we're 15-20 seconds into the round here. Organized, usually on any other map, Ascent, Bind, you might be playing a little bit slower pace, trying to throw a fake out. On this map, it's so important to try and play as fast-paced as possible and get onto that site. But then, that's where if you're the defenders, it plays into your hands, because we saw momentarily there, all 5 players were on the site. Right? I think we had 3 on site and 2 towards A main. And it wasn't until Gray tried to push out towards Nest and Window, towards where the satellite dish is, before we started to see a bit of a split. But before you know it, you see the likes of So Marcus start to come through, pick up a few kills here and there. But unfortunately, they couldn't hold on to that round. It was the side of Team Sidros who picks it up and puts that important 5th round on the board as they switch over to the attacking thing. And already here, in comparison to what we saw for the side of Team So Marcus, they're a lot more split across the map here.
Yeah, they fully spread out. These attackers now want to go for this two-way split on towards the A site. 2 coming in from Dish, 3 in from South A. I'm not quite sure what this is called. Sidro's gonna get wallbanged on that site. Oh, sorry, gonna get the wallbang on that site on towards the LSD. A little bit of a rat player. A lot of people meme about Dan being the lurking Reyna. He loves leaning into that meme, so he won't be offended with us saying that. I'm not sure if Marcus, I think he spotted him. I think Isaac's been seen here, and Marcus has just played this smart. There you are. He did get seen. But Marcus, bigger brain than Isaac, not going to go for the jump so that Isaac repositions. Lull him into that false sense of security. Make him think he hasn't been seen. And Marcus, another great shot on towards Swizzny. Bring it into that 3v3. But, oh my god, look at this angle. It doesn't matter, though. Marcus is better. That was a lovely angle from European Bob, and it's costly. There's Neochu's first kill of the game coming through. And Sidros, does she have her utility on the site? No. And oh no, she's going for the wallbang, but Marcus is too far away. Neochu gonna go down, but there you are. Nami picks it up, and I think it was Marcus on the bomb there. Yeah, Nami killed her, and Marcus got that defused straight through. Not quite gonna be the lineup that Sidros wanted through that wall.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that insane off angle there over the top of that Sage barrier wall. I think it was from European Bob, right? The Reyna of the side of Team Sidro is momentarily on site. And that's a recurring theme. We've seen that wall, right? We've seen Neochu throw it down a lot, trying to wall off and plant backside. And now we're seeing Talia on the side of Team Sidro sort of adopt that same playstyle with that Sage wall. Unfortunately, it doesn't work off just well enough there, as Sid unfortunately can't find the kill onto Marcus. Just decided to wall bang the wrong side of the top site. There is... Looks like we're just going to see those pistols in hand for the side of Team Sidros as they charge over towards B long, towards the stairs, and try and find some shots. It's going to be up to Neochu and Nami on site to try and stop the surge from the side of Team Sidros. Swizzny actually finds the burst, but Nami's good for 2. Can she pick up any more? Are they going to try and sell this rotate here? I'm not too sure. As yeah, they are going to go ahead and send that rotate over towards the A site by the looks of it. But already, look at how fast the rotation is through the middle of the map. Before the side of Team Sidros have even made it to the bottom of B long, both players from the side of Team So Marcus, they're already set up on A site here, organized.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about with that quick rotate through the middle, and that's the power, that's where the power of being on the defending side comes from, is that you can get through this middle angle so quickly. And there you are, as you said, Dan, and I believe it's Yeah, great. Already ready on the site, and there's nothing these guys can do before they even, what is it you said? Before they even reach the bottom of B long, these guys were on that site ready for the rotate, and it really is strong to have this quick rotate through the middle. And again, that leads into why I think Astra and Brim are such strong IGL agents. You sit in this middle position, wherever you get the first contact, you go straight over there, and you can kind of command the game from that.
Yeah, and I think that's where we start to see, you know, the defender side of things could take some sort of, you know, standpoint and make a little bit of noise to say, listen, you guys are probably saying this is an attacking side of the map, but if you can play your rotates right on the defensive side of things, you've got such a fast, you know, exit route from A to B relatively quickly. And I'm not surprised if we see some more plays like that where the teams just call the rotate and they're set up and catch the enemy team with their pants down a little bit. But early advantage in terms of fragging, going to go over to the team of Team Sidrose here, as they are going to find yet another kill on to Niachi. Dan drops as well as Bob and Swizney combine for a few. Marcus is there to trade it out. So 4 versus 2 after plant here. And the B site is a lot different from A site though. One thing to mention, organizers, we mentioned how many times already that the A site is very compact. Most of the time you're all caught on the site, but look at how spread out, you know, the attackers are right now of Team Sidra on this B site compared to how they would be for the side of Team So Marks when they saw them constantly hit A.
Yeah, I think the A site is so good for those quick, you know, repositions with the Reyna and the Jet, like we said. B site, it's a little bit further to run. You know, you're going to spend longer rotating around those angles. But here comes Marcus, not going to get anything on towards Sidrose, but Gray does claim it back, and Isaac now playing this 1v1 perfectly. He gets off the bomb, in fact, and it's not even going to be a chance. Gray, off he goes, double satcheling away, and Isaac going to be picking up that round without even firing a shot, it seems. What a play from him there. Really didn't need to do much. Now he just goes bunny hopping through spawn.
Yeah, and that default plant spot in the middle of the site is going to be very, very useful because it gives you a line of sight from the top of where the stairs are in Tube by Nest. It gives you a line of sight from the bottom of stairs as well, and you can even sort of peek it from where Canteen is also. Wouldn't surprise you to see a lot of people plant towards there. I actually had a 1v3, or I think it might have been a 1v4 of my own playing in the lobby yesterday from that exact plant spot rather. So it's a very, very useful open plant, especially if you've got the likes of a Killjoy with swarms or turrets giving you info on where the attackers might be, the defenders might be trying to defuse the spike from. But it's going to be a 3-2 split here for the side of B from the squad of Team Sidrose. As immediately, there we go, the Killjoy lockdown invested. Dan does get tagged up from the knives of Swizney as well. He's heard the updraw. Swizney going to try and find the right click. He does, but does fall down to 30 HP, and Niachu's there to trade, but the detain comes through, so that's going to be a 3 kill for Isaac. The spike now going to be planted onto B site once again, and we're in a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, Nami claims one back, and Gray with another, so that 3v3 turns into a 3v1 very, very quickly. Isaac, good position. Oh, does he know he's up here though? Marcus gonna go down to him. He does have the blind, but I think that player's a little too close for him to be aware of. Yeah, Nami gonna take him down very easily. If that blind had just clipped her, maybe there's a chance, but Gray with that showstopper, probably not, actually, now that I think about it. He's almost definitely winning that one. But yeah, going back to that point you made earlier with that open plant on site, these boxes on this map, guys, all of them are wall bangable. It's so, these ones that look kind of metallic, they're not actually metal. They are like this weird glass thing. I don't really know what it is, but they are fully wall bangable. Those green boxes on site, the orange ones, all of them. So even if the plant isn't for you, you can still wall bang straight through these boxes that are being shown on screen now, and you can just get really, really easy. We saw Swizney get a kill through them earlier, and they're all really quite easy to wall bang through. So even if the plant's not for you, but that, as you say, John, that plant is really, really good, really open on B site, you can still get them through the box.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the Killjoy is going to be an agent I've already highlighted that I think will be used relatively well. Her lockdown in particular on how small, close quartered these sites can be can really do a lot of damage. We saw, you know, Sidrose there detain Niachu towards the top and Nest as well, as Gray's going to get the info that Tali is there, finds the kill after Isaac finds Niachu. And a little bit of a fun fact here, organizers, I'm not too sure if you're aware, and I hope I don't get in trouble for saying this. I do believe that Riot had given the approval to someone else to tweet this out earlier on, but there's been a change to one agent in what can affect the Killjoy lockdown, and that is Breach. Now, the normal ability of the Aftershock, the 3 pulses on the 3rd pulse, will actually destroy the lockdown. So that's going to be a huge outplay mechanic on this map, because I think this map could actually suit Breach very, very well. Being able to flash through, you know, the walls onto site and being able to use that concussion as well. And can you imagine a Rolling Thunder onto A site here, organized?
Oh man, that's gonna be crazy. I didn't know that about the breach change there. So that's you've educated me, and I've been playing it for 8 games yesterday. Oh, lovely from Nami, a nice readjust. Isaac was low, but she picks up those kills very easily. Yeah, I fully agree though with the breach thing. How strong he is on this map. I was playing against a guy called Nosy yesterday. Not Noisy, the European guy. There's an NA player. There weren't many NA guys online, and so he came over to some EU lobbies, and he's a breach main, and it was insane. Acre as well. I was playing against him. You can actually get stunned on the zip lines. I don't know if you know this. With the breach, just a normal breach stun, or the rolling thunder, I guess, as well. You can be stunned on the zip lines, which really doesn't make sense to me because it kind of works from the earth, and you're on a zip line, so there's no earth under you. But you know, Valorant, game designers know it better than me. But yeah, breach very strong. There's lots of long, thin, straight angles on this map. He's very, very strong. I do agree.
We'll have to wait and see if he is used a little bit more later on in the tournament. But the squad team, so Marcus, right now on the defender side of things, looking to try and put himself on match point. They got 4 ults locked in, as there's going to be Nami with the From the Shadows, gets that information, and you know, just look at how smart that is. The ult on towards sight. It forces Isaac to try and swing. Marcus is there to find the kill. Swizzny does trade it out, but Marcus is there to find the refrags as he finds the 4K after dropping Swizzny and Talia. Dan finds Bob. It's all up to Sid Rose. Marcus snaps onto Sid. See you later, Sid. Marcus has got plans, and he's got a plan to try and win the Influencer Showdown, as he finds a fantastic 4K, puts his squad onto match point, and they are looking very, very solid here, as it's not going to be the best of buys for the side of Team Sid Rose.
Yeah, Marcus fully has put his team on his back, and he said, let's go, guys. We're making it to the final. We're making it. We're winning this. That £2,000 prize pool is going to be donated to Special Effect in our name. Of course, a wonderful cause that we're doing this whole tournament for. So well done to the Goose House for putting it on. This is the 2nd time we've done this, I believe. And we've been here both times. I've had a blast both times, John. Well, we've only just started this one, but it's been great so far. Before it was good, but Swizzny straight dashing into that site with the Judge. A gun that is very, very good on this map, is going to take down Niachu. Nami does claim it back though. Talia going to claim it back on towards her, and that's the battle of the trades done. Now they're up on this site, and there you are. Jellyfish invested from, I believe it's Marcus. Yes, it is. And the flash comes through. I think Marcus looks like he's going rotating. Yeah, this is actually very smart from Marcus. Ults one side of the map, zip lines across, so that these players now think he's coming, he's following his Jellyfish, but it's not going to be. He's over the other side, and Dan takes one down on towards European Bob. Gray gets it on towards Talia, and we're now down into this 3v3. Gray going for a clip, not going to be allowed, as Sidrose takes him down. Sidrose gets another. Marcus, oh my god, there's the 2. Goes for the wall bang. Those are the boxes that I said about earlier. Very, very wall bangable. Does tap the bomb. Isaac, can he deny the 1v3? Keeps his team in this. Yes, he can. 12-7 now for the defending team still, but the attackers do pick up that round. Marcus, what a valiant effort there for trying to bring that 1v3 through, trying to bring his team home.
Yeah, I feel sorry for Marcus there. He, after that second kill, we already had the YouTube title lined up for the video. 1v3 and Influencer Showdown on the brand new map Fracture. I could see it already written in the stars, but unfortunately, Isaac's patient enough to find the kill on the wall bang through those Radiant boxes. And you mentioned the Judge is very, very useful in this map organized, and I completely agree with you. I had the chance to, fun fact, I played in a Spanish 10-man lobby last night. It was me and one of the influencers named Match Point. We were the only English-speaking people there. And I had the chance to play with Black, who is a content creator for the organization Heretics, and he was playing Omen on this, and he was like, yo, I'm just going to pick up the Judge and sit in my smokes and be really annoying. And guess who's being annoying? Marcus was being annoying, but he chokes a few one-taps, he finds the first one to Smithy, but European Bob's there to trade it out. And, I mentioned Marcus's, crosshair placement and trigger discipline at the start of the game, and I think I might have spoke too soon. The caster, the commentator comes in there as he does get turned and burned on, but right now, 3 versus 3 situation, and the lockdown available for the side of the attackers.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Marcus. I think it's okay though, if they were close to losing, that's probably a play that sends you over the edge. But the fact that they're so far ahead right now, I think he's going to be okay with that. He just wanted the nice double. He does get one in the end. If he hadn't got any there, that would have been a bit of a pain. But the ult is invested now from I believe Sid Rose, and they're looking like they've got on this site very, very easily. Isaac TP'd across, and no trades really coming through. No one's even going to try and fight this as they all go running away. Niachu actually is going to get detained, and no one's there to protect her if they did want to push her, but No one's going to be doing that. Gray going, rotating across those zip lines, and all of these players are stuck on this site. This is, we're seeing that wall from the other perspective. We saw it from European Bob's, where he was underneath and taking that nice off angle. We've now seen it from up above. Of course, it's not Bob, it's I think Talia here making that angle, but Isaac does get Nami as she drops on towards the site. Gray gonna claim him back, and now it's both of these players left underneath. Sidrose does get Neochu. It's a battle of the ladies right now. It was 3 ladies alive in this end, and Gray, what can he do against this? Does spot out Talia now, and this is going to be unfortunate. The satchel peak does come through, and what a shot from him, picking up that 4K, and that's going to be them picking up the win. In fact, Team So Marcus claiming that win, and that's going to be them winning 13-7. Well done to them.
You know what, Gray's got the reputation of being one of the best, you know, race content creators or race mains in the game, especially here within Europe in particular. His movement with Raze is so clever, using that satchel to get himself that boost around the back of the wall to find that final kill on Talia. But unfortunately for the side of Team Sidrose, their backs are most definitely going to be against the wall now as they start things off with a 13-7 loss on this brand new map, Fracture, up against the squad of Team So Marcus. But beside of Marcus, and Marcus in particular, he was feeling snappy, man. His shot was on point, he was picking up lots of kills, but you know, I don't want to take any discredit away from his actual teammates' performances. I thought Nami, she played fantastically on the Omen. I thought, you know, Neochu did fantastic on the walls to get them on site. Dan, he fragged out with Reyna in particular as well, and you know, you saw there on the group standings where things are at the moment. We are obviously waiting on the other games to be confirmed and get those scores in. All of these games are being played simultaneously and at the same time, so we do apologise if there is a bit of delay in the update and some of the scores don't match up just yet. But Organised, that's the first time I've seen this map in a competitive standpoint and had the chance to cast it. I had a blast, and I can't wait to see this, you know, this map played at some like tier 1 or, you know, pro level in terms of Valorant esports.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be, I don't know about you, but I had a bit of a struggle trying to keep track of where everything's coming from. Of course, with the normal maps, we've had experience with casting them and understanding what on earth's going on, but I guess it's just new map jitters. Maybe it's not down to the map itself, it's the fact that this is our first time. But yeah, it's I had a blast with that one, man. It was such a good game we got to watch there. Wasn't as close as maybe we would have liked, but that's okay, you know. We've got plenty more games. We've got at least 2 more games, in fact 3 more games still coming up, so you know, we've got plenty of more content coming the way.
Yeah, but I do believe that's what we've got time for this little first part of the show. We were wrapped up with game number 1. We're going to wait for those other games played off stream to finalise those scores as we head to a quick break. But don't go anywhere, guys, because you don't want to miss it. We'll be back for game number 2 after this short break.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
What is up, guys? Welcome back to the Influencer Fracture Showdown. I'm John P. I'm joined once again by Organized, and we've just come off of a, I don't want to say close, but I definitely want to say hectic affair in round number 1 between Team So Marcus and Team Sidros. Team So Marcus just edging it out with a 13 rounds to 7 victory. I do believe we have got another game coming up relatively soon, and this is how Group A stands currently right now, Organized.
Yeah, so we had, I think we're still waiting on the Flights How to Noodle game because that's in overtime right now. Double overtime, in fact, I'm being told. But yeah, like you said, Marcus won 13-7. The other games actually looked like they went a bit closer. Drio Flares went 13-9 and Freeze UP went 13-8. So it was super close over in that side of the camp. And as you can see, this is quite a close affair, all of these games right now. And we are going to be, the next game we're going to be jumping in with is Drio UP. So we're going from the winner of the last game or one of the games in Group B versus the loser of one of the other games. So, you know, let's see who can bring this one out. And we should be getting the picks come through any second now. But yeah, Drio UP looking like it's going to be a good one. Let's hope it will be.
Yeah, I've had the trust to cast over GP a few times. Obviously, IGL and team captain, I believe, for the side of Rich GG Lightning. Very good player, very talented player, very high rated player as well, knows how to play the game. And you know, I'm going to be very interested to see how she can lead her team and try and pick up a victory here on Fracture. On the other side of things, Team Drio, let's not take anything away from Drio. He's a very good talented player as well, the Yoru main that we like to call him over at the Goose House and within UK Valorant. We'll be interested to see if he plays Yoru on this map, Fracture, because it's actually a map that I think suits Yoru's playstyle very well, Organized.
Yeah, Yoru is definitely, I was talking to him and I actually managed to play a game with Ethos yesterday, the first game I played, and he was saying it's a very good map for Yoru. With the ability to send those rotates so quickly and have your TP ready, it's a very strong map for him. I will just say quickly for Team UP, from the visual that was released with the teams, there have been some swaps. So Lexi Marie isn't actually playing. It's going to be Jack from Nerd Out Music, and instead of TGH Dave, they have Elementrix. So those two guys swap teams. So that's why you might be looking at this team thinking that's not who was promised on the graphic. Just to explain why that's going on. But yeah, Yoru definitely a good one, and we're seeing again, we're getting a Viper come through, which I'm not sure about. I'm not sure if Viper's necessarily the best pick on this map. I think Astra is going to be, like we said earlier, Astra is going to be a very strong one. But of course, I do know, I was playing with Jack earlier, Jack from Nerd Out Music. I was playing with him earlier, and I do know he has some lineup. So I'm excited to see if he's going to get any lineup kills within this game.
Yeah, I've actually been a huge fan of Viper on this map. I played around and I've dropped 2 videos already on Viper lineups on this map for both A and B site. There's so many useful lineups on this, and I think Viper is going to be an agent we see used quite a little bit. There are a lot of one-way smokes for a poison orb, as well as that wall can be super useful, because we've already mentioned, right, in particular B site, it's a little bit more open, a bit of a bigger, you know, long-ranged affair in terms of taking fights. You can cut off 1 or 2 exits with just one Viper wall, so wouldn't surprise me if we do see that Viper agent picked a little bit. But then again, this is the influencer event. These guys have only had, what, not even 24 hours, I don't think, or just gone 24 hours to play this build here, Organized. So they're going to try a few things out, try and, you know, get into the swing of things here on Fracture. But it's going to be the side of Team Drio, I believe. On the defender's side, it's going to be the attacking side of Team GP, as we're going to kick things off here in round number 1. It looks like the Spike's going to be heading towards Satellite.
I'm excited. We were talking last game about how good we think Breach is on this map, and of course we have the Breach main himself, Elementrix, on, like I said, on GP's team. So we're definitely going to be able to see the power of that. But look at all 5 of these players coming up from the Satellite. Is Deck going to spot him out? Oh, he's going to go for the jump peek, and there they all are. The Omen Blind going to try and come through. UP does take him down very quickly, and it looks like these guys are going to be able to get out on the site. And look at the power of that Viper wall right there. I kind of bashed it. I said I'm maybe not the best pick, but that looks like it's definitely been effective. That plant, though, not going to be good for lineups. Underneath, of course, you're not going to be able to get anything going with a Viper lineup there. UP going to claim another one on towards Meg for herself, and Drio trying to chime in from the side. Not going to be able to get anything quite yet, but Mandy, here it comes, the Yoru flash. Oh, I said it wasn't quite quite going their way, but now it is. Mandeep gets 2, Drio gets another 2, and this is now Jack gonna be trying to get the, oh no, the lineup. Can he get the molly off in time? I don't think it's gonna land. No, it won't. It wouldn't have even got him as the defuse comes through very quickly there. And that is, what a retake we saw right there.
Yeah, and I think the issue that we saw, there was a little bit of lack of team communication. All I think we needed to see NerdOut do was pop that wall up while the side of Team Drea were trying to, you know, re-engage and retake the site, and you're going to try and be able to pre-aim through that wall a little bit easier, the angles that they might be playing off of. If you land the site's completely wide open, you can get shot from many angles, and the collapse does come onto the site, and the execute comes through. Dreo's team pick up the first round, but is going to be the Spectres in the hands of the side of Team Dreo right now, as we are going to see Elementrix. That breach main once again pop that concuss out towards A main. And already, you can already see here, immediately, the defenders, they've completely given up A site. They're just going to allow, I think it's GP on the, not GP, sorry, I'm not too sure who it is on the Killjoy, actually, to just try and hold that site alone with that setup.
Yeah, Elementrix wasn't quite able to spot out Drio, and I think, yeah, Drio jumped down behind him just there off screen, and Elementrix is going to go down. But this is a weird situation where you've got, you know, so many people on site, and kills really haven't gone each way. But Deck now jumping in, does tap the bomb. I'm not sure why he's going for it. There's plenty of time still left, but I guess the fact that his team can hold him off right there. Jack not going to be able to get the kill on Drio. Picking up another one for himself. A lovely 2-piece from Drio there. He's really putting in the numbers already, and this is looking so hectic with everyone jumping on the site at the same time. And we said it earlier, you know, this map is so close range, and so the fact that you can just, everything arrives at once, if you get what I mean when I'm trying to say that, and the fact that you just get all of these attacks coming in from both angles, and it gets very, very hectic, like we've said.
Yeah, no, if anyone's played in the Goose House Discord, which we highly suggest you join, exclamation Discord in the chat, it is the biggest UK community on Valorant. You will know that Deck's considered one of the best Omen mains in the game. If there's a smoke, just know he's TP'd or flashed somewhere and ended up behind you. That's all you gotta know. That's my one advice as a caster for you guys, should you want to play in any of our tournaments on a weekly basis. But Drea finds the first, Elementrix is there to find the refrag, so 4 versus 4 here. The res available though for GP, as Meg is left alive on site to try and hold the spray and pray from the Spectre. Not going to connect to any as GP finds the frag onto Zaki. So 4 versus 3 here. The spike is going to be rotated, and again, a recurring theme that we saw a lot in the first game. The defenders have called the rotation, and before the squad of the attacking side of Team GP have even got towards A main, these players are already set up on A site to try and hold.
Oh, the Bucky close range, not quite what it used to be, Mandeep, as Elementrix takes him down. But the Viper wall, look at this. I said it wasn't useful. It's seeming to prove itself time and time again. Deck back sight behind a box that you can spam through. If NerdOut peeks up here, he's gonna spot him out. Oh no, not quite, as Deck now playing like a rat in the backside. UP does go down to him, but Elementrix takes it back, and it's gonna be now Meg. Sounds like Egg not quite gonna spot GG Mediocre because of the wall, but he does go swinging around it, and that's an easy kill for him. First round for the attackers, and this is the direct opposite of what we saw last game. We saw the attackers take the first 2, and then defenders claim 1 back. Now we've got the defenders winning both rounds in a row, both those early rounds, and then the first, you know, their first gun round, they are gonna take it straight back on the attackers side.
Yeah, and one thing I want to highlight is the team composition for the side of Team Drea. I think their team comp really, you know, complements each other well. We've got the information, you know, out of the likes of Meg and Zaki on the Sky and the Killjoy. You've got the fast-paced duelist style of gameplay out of the Reyna and the Yoru, and that's a one-tap from Mediocre. Speaking of fast players, that is going to be the Jet. You can't get much faster than that, but Dreo's there to trade. And yeah, the team comp right now for the side of Team Dreo is really complementing each other well. GP does invest that rest to bring Elementrix back up. Mediocre does find one, Honak does as well, but Dreo's there to find the op shot. 4 versus 2, and that's going to be the spike planted.
I have to say, Drio never... he's such a strong AWPer, and it's actually insane. There you are, another kill going as round 3 in the round already. He's on course for the 6k right now. He really is. Honak up top. I believe they are the one that's on KO right now. The flash from Drio does come through. The flash from Honak, in fact. Will he spot the angle on towards Elementrix? He knows that player's up top. Now aware of where that breach's position is because of the stun that came through. There's not much he can do to get back in here, but the power of Yoru right there. He places down his TP, gets straight out of that fight as soon as it gets a little bit too hectic for him, and away he goes. And you really, when you think of an AWP character, you really don't think of a Yoru. But Drio just makes it work, and there it is again. He's on course for the 6k, and he's actually getting scarily close to this Viper right now. I don't think it's going to be as Jack not going to push any further forward, and Drio doesn't want to take that fight either. But the ace for himself, 11-1. The rest of his team combined have just under half his kills. That is absolutely insane.
Yeah, 5k coming through from Drio. Nearly finds the 6k in the ace as well. 11-1 start from him, and you mentioned that unorthodox combination that we see on the Yoru and the Op. We don't see it too often, but it seems to be working for him. He does manage to save it, and now his team forced to be on a bit of an eco. Just the one Spectre to help him out. The team, I think he picked up some shorties. He does find the first, but Mediocre's there to trade. Couldn't go ahead and hit that TP quick enough to get himself out of trouble. But this looks like it's going to be a very fast execute towards the B site here, and you know, the weaponry advantage in terms of the Vandals for the side of Team GP. They're looking to put their third on the board.
Yeah, we've equalized the scores at 2-2, and they're looking now it's really who wants to start leading the way and start winning more and more rounds, build that economy, and just take control of the game essentially. And we've said it's so easy for the control to be given to the attackers straight away because, oh no, Deck, not the position you want to be in with a shorty, as Elementrix does good damage on towards him. And here's the power of that breach again. You can just flash through all of these rules. Meg though, oh my god, Elementrix does get one on towards Zaki, but Meg gonna trade that back with the shorty straight away. And now she has that Vandal, and now she can peek in towards this site. And look, that box on the right that Mediocre is behind is spammable. The left side of it isn't, the right side of it is. So where it's orange it is, but Mediocre, nice shot on towards Mandeep. I think that was Mandeep with the AWP right there, not going to result in anything. And they really are just playing around this pillar backside, and Meg isn't able to get anything, and she's actually going to take that AWP and just walk away and save. Deck hoping that a player pushes him here on short, but he does have his knife out, maybe trying to go for the knife. Surely not. Surely he's not going to get anything here, as they do go running the other way, and I guess he's just going to try and run through this door and get a kill on them.
Last player standing.
Not going to result in anything as Mediocre takes him down, but Meg does save the AWP, sorry, for their team, so not too bad of a result after all. It was an eco at the end of the day.
Yeah, to do drop that op is going to be recycled into the hands of Meg, no doubt. Dropped straight back over to Drio, and there you go. Nothing too out of the ordinary there, but we do see just a one-round lead here in favour of Team GP. And already we're seeing a lot more of a closer affair here organised in this game number 2 in comparison to what we saw in the earlier on game between Team So Marcus and Team Sid Rose. It was, you know, sort of a very one-sided affair on each side. We saw Team So Marcus start to pull away and put round after round on the board, but already early on here in this game number 2, things seem to be a bit of a flip-floppy affair, trading rounds back and forth.
Yeah, and nobody really streaking ahead just yet, you know. What I am excited to see though, oh no, Drio just fell off of the angle. I was so ready to see him start take on 4 players as they come up towards Dish, but Mandeep now, oh, didn't quite get the timing. Didn't quite get the timing on Mandeep, and is going to cost her life. Drio, a lovely angle that you can take is up here where Drio is in this door position over towards that upper position. There you are. You can see right across here. And this is a really good way to lock down the A site. You have a player watching across here. This player can also watch the door that's down to Drio's right now, and that's such a strong position for them to be in. Deck, I believe his ult got cancelled there as players spotted him, and Jack just hiding around Dish still, waiting for a player to be here. There's actually all 3 of them are still here with the bomb. Honak, I think, looking like they want to go for a fake. Try and draw some players over towards this B site, and it seems to be working. Look at Omen walking off that site. It's only Mandeep now left on this site. Maybe play a little bit closer together for these attackers, but A good start as Mandeep does take him down. Now you can see the rotate instantly come through. Drio TP'd back across. Omen coming through, and the rotate's going back the other way. They're faking me out nonetheless. And it's looking like Honak now wants to make her way on towards the B site. Only 15 seconds left. Why are they going back? They've got to push up here.
Yeah, that's huge. As soon as that suppression comes through and that 0 point hits onto the killjoy, they know they can try and open up the lane of sight. But Meg is there to drop Honak. Mediocre trades onto the kill from Zaki. 2 versus 4. It's all up to Nerd Out. Meg finds the kill after Dreo drops Mediocre, and it's 3 rounds apiece here. A very, very solid defensive hold. For a second, I thought they might have, you know, overshot and oversold the rotate slightly towards A, but that comes down to Mandeep. You know, I know we was watching LSD on the last map, but he's taking a page out of his book. That lurking Rainer over towards the A site opens up the fragging onto Elementrix, and it kind of forces the hand of the side of Team GP, but unfortunately they can't call the bluff, and it's going to be the round on the board for the side of Team Dreo. But one thing I want to mention here is the use of ults on this map, organised. This map, unlike any other map, of course, because it has 4 ult orbs on the map in comparison to the traditional 2 on each. So you'll see a lot of the time players will gain and pick up their ults a lot quicker.
Yeah, that's one thing that I didn't even notice for the first few games, is the fact that, like you say, 4 ult orbs, so it's double the amount of a normal map. Okay, you're not going to sit there and say that people are going to get their ults twice as quick, because 2 extra orbs per round isn't going to make that much a difference in when you consider the fact that at least most of the time people are getting like 5 orbs from a round, or teams are getting 5 orbs just from eliminating 5 people, you know, bomb plants, diffusers, that kind of thing changes it up. So it's not increased yet, you know, you're not getting an ult instantly every single round, but it's definitely a lot quicker, and it's noticeable. And what else is noticeable is UP picking up that huge 2-piece in towards the A side, gonna get that wall down to block it all off. And Drio sat here wondering, what on earth happened, guys? Where's the rest of my team gone? I'm now just trying to get more AWP kills, and you guys are all falling beside me.
Yep, the 5 players remaining still for the side of GP, trying to make it a flawless round and pick up the 4th on the board. Mandeep does drop one though. It's going to be GP who falls to spray and pray through the Viper smoke. Always, you know, a trusty tactic. I'm definitely one of those players that if you see a smoke, you spray through it. Dreo is going to spot one backside, and he's going to come out of this. Oh, he'll have a shorty in hand. He'll drop down and blast his face in. It happens every single time I see Dreo play the Yoru. This is clever from Dreo. They're not going to expect him to hold this angle because of the aftershock that came through. He finds one. Mandeep finds the second. Finds the second as well for Dreo. So it's a battle between the 2 remaining attack. Oh, he thought the lineup was planted for above, but the op's in hand. Dreo's gonna try and find the kill. He does it. Stuck half to 3k despite the fuse. The 4th round on the board for his squad. And for a second there, organised, I thought it was a little bit of a miscommunication from the squad in the initial lineup on the post plant. Nerd Out does throw his snake bite over towards the top of the site in opposed to underneath the bottom. But fortunately for him, Dreo... Well, sorry, fortunately for the side of Team Dreo, that lineup was a little bit scuffed. But Dreo there, 16-2 right now, organised. He's having the game of his life.
You used the term flip-floppy earlier in this game, and I think that round perfectly shows you what we mean. The Viper lineup not being there, the fact that Drio lost 3 of his teammates, they were in a 2v5, Drio brings it all the way back into a 2v1, the Viper lineup, the kill from Nerd Out, and then the fact that Drio claims it back and then gets a full defuse. I think that round perfectly sums up your term of flip-floppy. But Mandeep starts it off taking one. Honak does take him down in return, and Drio still has that AWP, and he is such a scary player to play against. I do not want to be on the receiving end of this AWP.
We do see the Viper's pit invested though from Nerd Out. They're trying to secure themselves this 8th round and tie it up at 4 apiece. But Deckman, he's so clever with this util usage, but Mediocre's 1 step ahead as he walks straight in to the Stormblade. It is going to be 4 versus 3. It's relatively hard now if you're the side of Team Dreo to execute this retake. It's all but a guaranteed round win here for the side of Team Nerd Out, and this is where Viper can come very, very handily because it's such a close quartered map, and if you sit inside that Viper's pit, you're almost guaranteeing yourself kills at such a close range.
Yeah, I think this is where the judge as well will... Obviously, the judge has always been strong in a Viper's pit, but especially on this map. Drio saved by the bell, it seems, or I should say saved by the bomb as it explodes. Takes out the player that he just whiffed his AWP shot on. And he is now, even despite losing... How many rounds have they now lost where this AWP has been in hand? And they still have kept it. I think they've had this since the rounds were like 2-2 or something. And they've lost 2 of those rounds. So they've kept it through thick and thin. Drio does not want to lose this.
Yeah, I mean, in particular right now, you look at the economy. We mentioned how important it is in any FPS game that involves, you know, any sort of economy balance or buy-in, but in particular Valorant. Both teams' economy is not looking too strong right now. Both teams are going to be trying to get a few loans from the bank of Riot by the sounds of it, because whoever loses this round is probably going to be forced to eco the next. I think we are on a complete 4-buy across the board. Yeah, we are. It's only going to be the Spectre in the hands of one player for the side of Team Dreo. It's going to be a B-site execute, and oh, I love how split they are right now. I love the fact that they've split 2 towards Banana and 2 towards Long. The flash does come through to get that information, however, but it's going to be an interesting on the side of the map who's lurking. But Dreo's there to find the opening frag onto GP. And here you go, the execute comes through. Players are going to try and flood towards the site. Mediocre finds the kill onto Dreo, so that's one less headache and hassle for the side of Team GP to worry about. Spike, however, not advanced over towards the site just yet. It's going to be Zaki and Deck who tries to stop them, but Mediocre's there to shut down Deck. 3 versus 3 as kills getting traded back and forth. Mandeep does drop Honak, and oh, Meg, be sneaky, you little eggers. She does get dropped. It's Mediocre with the 3k. That's going to open up the line of sight, as they're going to get the call that it's cleared after Elementrix had been lurking. He's cleared the site. He knows where the 2 other players are going to be rotating from, potentially Connector or from T-Spawn. Spike's planted, and this is a huge turn of events here. And are we going to see the economy broke for the first time in the game?
I think we could see a few more than 2 rounds strung together right now, as I think Viper has planted for his lineup, because it was Viper that put the bomb down, and of course you're not going to screw up your own plant if you have the chance. I know he has lineups on both sides of these maps. They are up on the site. Never mind, you don't even need the lineups, as Mediocre claims that ace for himself, and that's going to be another round now for the attacking side. And no doubt it's just saying, like, guys, I was ready for the lineup, I was ready for the TikTok clip, but Mediocre, he's got a better TikTok clip. 14 and 6 for him, 17 and 3 for Drio. Both of these guys do not want to be losing this game, putting their teams on their backs right now.
Yeah, and you know, when you're playing against someone like Drea who's dropping 17 and 3, you got to hope that, you know, one of the best aimers on your team and best players on your team like Mediocre is doing an equally good job, dropping at 14 and 6 right now on that Jet, and doing a great job of being really aggro on the peaks of the immunity. You can see he swings towards stairs on B long, but here we go. It's going to be the eco for the side of Team Dreo, but Mandeep's got other ideas as he finds the headshot. That's going to be a great opening frag and give them the information that they need. The Spike's heading over towards the B site. The res invested though from GP, so a little bit of damage done in terms of util and usage for the side of Team GP, but we are going to see the Spike now slowly make its way over towards A.
I think I'm changing my mind. I want to take back what I said about Viper earlier. I think she's being very well used by Nerd Out, by Jack right here. It's honestly incredible to see. We haven't seen too many good like, I don't think I've seen the smoke down once, but this wall for dividing these bomb sites in half, especially with how big like B site is, even if you just have half of that bomb site, you can still get a good plant, get a good position for retake on it. And I think she's being really well used. There's the smoke coming through actually, and here we are. We said about a rolling thunder on A site. There we are. We finally get to see it, but Meg gonna pick up a terrific shot through it on towards UP. Honak does trade it back. Mediocre on towards Drio. The two hard hitters right there trading it, or sorry, not trading out. Mediocre taking him down deck. DP ups on site. Oh my god, Nerd Out nearly loses it to him, but they're down into the 3v2 now as Mandy comes in with the Deagle. Not going to get anything on towards Elementrix. And Zaki, what can you do for us right now with that Spectre in hand? Does take one on Mediocre, but that is of course now his position made aware to his teammates, and we can see the lineup finally not quite going to be needed just yet, as Elementrix, will he need it at all? No, he won't. Elementrix taking Zaki down, and once again, there you are. There's the lineup. It finally happened, although I think you might still be able to defuse to the side of that, but we'll ignore that. The lineup finally came through.
He's worked hard to find that lineup, god damn it, organised. Stop flaming him, alright? Jack, don't worry, my friend. I'm here to be your hype man anytime you need it. But an important round on the board, an important 6 for the side of Team GP. For a second, I thought the eco round for the side of Team Dre was going to swing in their favour, but for the first time we see a 2-round difference between these sides. Now, if you're the side of Team GP, you got to say, okay, let's build off this momentum, guys. Let's try and put a 3-round gap between us. That's where we really start to see the economy difference, and the economy play a huge factor in these later stages of the rounds. So, Spike heading over towards A, and I think they've completely given up the A site here for the side of Team Dre, and I don't think the squad of Team GP have realised it. There's no way they're going to have just given up this A site completely here and just try and play this retake. But they might be so smart by doing this. They've got the lockdown for Meg. They know that the players from the side of Team GP like to all play by the side. What's going to happen? The lockdown's going to come through as long as they pinch them towards A main, towards Nest, and through short and connector. They're going to pretty much detain all 5 players here, potentially.
Yeah, I think this lockdown's going to be so strong, especially with how close range A is. There it is. It's invested, and that goes not quite to the back of sight. I think there's some angles at the back that they could stay and be fine in, but Drio goes in with the ult, and he's going to be just calling out positions right now. Mediocre claims one back on towards Zaki. Meg trades that straight back. Elementrix is good for one, but oh no, the lineup's there back again, and Deck not going to be able to get anything just yet. Nerd out, goes peeking in on towards that, and now, oh no, on the bomb, but it's not quite. It's half now, and there you are. Jack going to be peeking in, gets the clutch, and now up to that 3-round lead, and what a round from them right there. The attacker's doing so well.
Yeah, we just had confirmation that Team Noodle has beaten Team Flights in the game that's going on at the same time as this. Or I think is that not the first game from the first round that went into like triple or quadruple overtime? So it's nice to see that these guys are enjoying the map and want to play it so much. But the side of Team GP, we mentioned how important it could be for them to put a 3rd round between themselves and Team Drea, and they've done just this. Heading into this last round, there's actually only one ult on the board.
Only one in total. That's kind of crazy for a round which we said, you know, you have 4 ult orbs, but of course a lot of them got invested last time. We saw the Drio ult, we saw the Killjoy ult as well. I'm not sure if any of these walls are wallbangable, Elementrix, but you've probably been playing more than me, so maybe you know, maybe you are aware the dog does come through. Gonna get that info on Elementrix's position, but a good start from Yuppie to try and hold, try and get on this bomb site. And can she get anything on towards Deck? Yes, she can, in fact. And now it's looking so good for the attackers. They don't even need this jet ult, as they are almost gonna be flawless, but Mandeep gonna claim it back. Not quite going to be anything more than a 2K, though, as Elementrix comes in from behind. And that's going to be an 8-4 for a game that we said, you know, was going flip-floppy, going back and forth all the time. This, well, now Defender's side, Team Yuppie have really started to break out ahead.
Yeah, and it all come down to, you know, putting that 2-round difference, right? Forcing that eco round from the side of Team Dreo. And as soon as you kind of force the hand of the enemy team, you can really start to dictate how the half and how the rounds from then on going in towards the later stages of the half can go. And that's exactly what happened. Look, 5 rounds in a row there from the last 5 rounds for the side of Team GP. They played it fantastically. And what I want to highlight is how well they adapted. Right, they adapted very, very well on the attacking side of things. They thought, okay, maybe us going super fast paced onto the site didn't work. What happened? We'll leave 2 towards A main and try and play through the door towards short. Have 3 people commit to the site and, you know, get a bit more spread out towards that A site. And that's what happens, and it works out relatively well for them as Dreo finds the kill on to GP. No doubt GP's going to be a little bit upset with herself that she doesn't finish that kill off. Drops him down to 20 HP, and Mandeep's there to find Honak, but the stun coming through from Elementrix. He's going to get tagged up and forced over towards Nest, but Nerd Out here finds the headshot onto Mandeep, but that overhill coming in clutch as he drops Nerd Out. 5 versus 2. And the side of Team GP, they're not looking too good here early doors on the defender side of things.
I think pistol rounds are still such a back and forth in this game. It's so confusing. The frenzy very, very strong on them. We see that being employed by Elementrix up until he changes over for the Ghost. Deck up above him. He goes back for the frenzy now as Deck is low HP, but so is Elementrix. So this is definitely a struggle for him to get back in. And of course, we want a nice long game in terms of content, and we are gonna see it as the attackers pick up another round. They're gonna start closing out that scoreline. Hopefully, they can make it equal, and we can go all the way like that Flights and Noodle game. Which, by the way, Flights went 47-20 in a 16-14. What is that? Triple overtime? Double? Yeah, that'll be triple overtime.
Right? Yeah, triple overtime.
47-20. And he was playing Raze, so you know maybe what I was saying with Raze being a good agent on this map is true. But on the other hand, the other Raze on the other team went 9-24, so maybe I'm talking out my ass. So we'll ignore that.
I think you could probably put Flights on any map in any situation. You could give him just a knife with Raze, and he'll somehow still drop 30 kills. The guy's absolutely cracked. There's a reason why he's considered one of the best Raze mains in the game. There's a reason why so many people tune in and watch his content consistently on the majority of the time just as Raze. But you mentioned you want a long, drawn, winded out game, and that might be exactly what we get as Dreo finds one, but Nerd Out's there to trade. Fun fact, actually, guys, I casted a 26-25 overtime win for TGH weekly on Monday. So the guys over at TGH, they know how to drag games out and put on a show for the viewers at home, as what actually looked like a potential round win for the side of Team Dreo. Things have gone in the way of Team Jupy, but as I say that, kills get popped back and forth. Elementrix can't find the kill, and for a second there, he was in a 5 versus 2, and all of a sudden Deck finds 2. And somehow the rounds go in favour of Team Dreo. I'm not too sure actually what happened there.
That was very, very back and forth. It's one of those rounds that you're sat there watching it and you can't even get your words out because you're so confused as to what's occurring. Just kills coming in from both sides everywhere. But it does go the way of the attackers, and that was expected. They won the pistol round. So now we're going into sort of the first buy round, what people call a bonus round for Team Dreo. So if they do pick this up, it's an absolute miracle. Their bank is going to be looking absolutely terrific for the rest of this game, or at least, you know, maybe the first half of this.
One thing to mention though is that we actually saw both teams save last round, so this is going to be a full buy versus a full buy. I think there's only one Spectre in the hand of Deck, so oh no, sorry, what am I talking? I'm talking completely waffle, as they are going to elect to try and play that bonus if they can, so it doesn't surprise me there. As Mediocre does find some tags. Deck with the TP gets caught red-handed. That's the hands of Elementrix as he finds 2. Mediocre's there to find the kill onto Mandeep as well. So it's all up to Dreo and Zaki, left alive for their squad against the 5-man lineup of Team Jupy. Team Jupy trying to put that 3-round difference between them once again. Here on Fracture, Mediocre finds the kill. It's all up to Dreo, but listen, Dreo's crosshair placement is absolutely fantastic, by the way, organised. This man knows how to play the game, he knows how to aim. Flash comes through, 4 versus 1, but the spike, oh look at where the spike is. This is a heartbreaking situation from Dreo here, unless he tries to grab the spike and get over towards B site, but he's gonna peek. Open the door, they're going to say, hello buddy, we're here waiting for you. 2 players shooting, GP finds the kill, and that's going to be the 9th round on the board for the side of Team GP.
That door makes such a loud noise as well, so like even if no one's watching it and you open the door, people instantly know where you are. Of course, it can be opened by utility, so you know, we're talking Yoru Footsteps open it, the Raze Roomba opens it, all sorts of stuff. I'm not sure if like Omen Smoke's traveling through the air or like blinds open it, but all of the like real in-game stuff, grenades, anything that you can sort of throw, any projectiles, they'll all open that door, and it's very, very loud. I think it's a variation of like the trapdoor noise on Breeze. Oh my god, aggressive from Elementrix, and Dreo gonna be jumping up. Please don't tell me he has a shorty. Please. Oh, he does. This, no, don't do it to Honak. No. Okay, he's gonna go TPing back. Thank the Lord. It's so scary when that man has a shorty and he's in his ult. It's just not something you want to be playing against.
Headshot.
Oh, it's apparently it doesn't matter how good in his ult he is, because he comes out of it, and Elementrix is scary to play up his ADS from the Vandals. He finds 2, but Mandeep's there to find a refrag on the opposite side of the map. He's probably got the information that A side is relatively clear as he finds the kill onto Mediocre as well. That rotation going to come in 3 versus 3. The Rolling Thunder and the Empress available for each side. Probably going to be looking at the side of Team GP to hold this slightly better, but the Rolling Thunder drops as Mandeep finds the 3rd. GP's there to trade it out, so 2 versus 2. Zaki, you're going to be hitting those shots because GP will make you pay. And make you pay indeed, as it's a 1 versus 1. GP versus Mech. GP comes out on top with a 3k. Nice patient play there from GP, and that comes down to Zaki Organized, missing the shots onto GP. He was trying to cross, a little bit better trigger discipline, crosshair placement slightly improved. You find that kill, but he's struggling at 2 of 15 right now. Has got the ult available, the Seekers for Sky, but GP makes him pay, finds the 3k, and that's going to do the world of confidence good for not only her, but her team as well.
Yeah, there are, you know, the Goose House do a great effort in trying to balance these teams, but of course there are going to be vastly different. When it's just an influencer showdown, there is vastly different skill levels. So, you know, you have these players like Mandeep, UP, Drio, all of these guys, top immortal, if not radiant players. On the other hand, you are going to have some people who don't play the game as much. I know Jack from Nerd Out, he really doesn't, saying that. He gets an AWP kill off screen somewhere. Doesn't play the game as much. Oh, can he? That's his teammate. What am I saying? Gonna get taken down from Mandeep from behind though. And there you are, Mandeep, one of the immortals in the team. Putting in the work, getting that 2k. But yeah, so don't flame people for missing stuff, you know. It's just the nature of the game. This is all on for show, for charity. Elementrix doing a good job bringing it back into that 2v2, but they don't even know the bomb's on the other side.
I don't think they realise it's planted on B. Hey guys, the bomb's on A, by the way, if you didn't know that. But one thing to mention, that lockdown's invested so early. This is what's going to happen. The Rolling Thunder's going to come through, the Bladestorm's going to be popped, and the side of Team GP are going to win this round. That's exactly what's going to happen. Here you go.
I'm holding you
It's
to
going to happen in 3, 2, 1. Maybe not. There's not enough time. There's not enough time, apparently. But they're still going to run for it. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. They don't say elementary, so just going to go ahead and fight headshots. Instead, the spike's been stuck. They've won the round. I look like a big brain analyst, even though I predicted the wrong play, but it's the thought that counts. As, for a second, I thought that... I thought I was seeing the map wrong for a second. I was like, wait, is the bomb actually... Is the spike planted on B? Is that why they're there? But,
I wasn't sure about that lockdown. That threw me off. I could tell your brain went a little like, what's going on in this round right now? And you said it yourself. They had to rotate so far. The lockdown was there a little bit early. There's a really nice position on B because obviously we've seen that tunnel that goes underneath. You can place a lockdown in that tunnel and it covers all of B side. It's absolutely incredible. And it's so strong. But yeah, the lockdown a little bit early there. But of course, everyone, this is all just fine tuning out the map. You know, this is, you know, some people's first time on the map today. So
open the fragging. Can Zaki find... And don't get on that zipline. Whatever you do not go on the zipline because you're a dead man riding. As GP finds the kill on it to Zaki. So 4 versus 4. The res actually available for her. A little bit surprised we've not seen her. Oh no, for a second I thought the res was over towards the hunt begins. A main there, but it's not. It's dropped over towards B nesters. GP can't find the kill on to deck, so site control on A momentarily, but as I say that, Mediocre finds the kill, and that's going to be the spike drop. Smoke comes through to recover the spike from deck. Mandeep's there to find the kill onto Elementrix. So, oh, look at that. Look at the outplay with the ult from deck. But this could actually play into the favour of defenders. Is it going to? Probably not, as Mandeep finds the kill. He's going to swing the kill onto Mediocre. There you go. There's the 3k. 7th round on the board for the side of Team Drio. And things are starting to get a little bit more closer now. If the squad of Team Drio can put a few more rounds on the board here organised, it's going to look a little bit more closer.
Yeah, this is not the performance. Drio, very strong player. I actually favored these guys' teams as one of the better ones in the tournament. So the fact that they're you know, it's not over till it's over, right? They're only 4 rounds behind, so we're talking a little bit early. But it's definitely possible that they lose. I think they lost their first one as well, so not looking likely for them to be coming through to the final. But of course, we've still got another game to go. Plus this one that we're still finishing out, this set of games we're finishing out now. Oh my, man, I don't even think he was aiming for the second guy right there. That is incredible from him, and he is aware of this breach's position. Can he wrap around just in time? Yes, he will. Does he know Honak's here as well? Surely not. Oh my god, Mandeep just putting on a show. And we talked about how we want Team Drio to start coming back into this, and maybe it's not Team Drio. Maybe it's Team Mandeep, as he really puts them on his back this round.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of joining Mandeep in a call earlier on. Was practicing some one ways and lineups on this map, and very, very intelligent player and a very good shooter as well, by the seams of it, as he picks up the ace for his squad. One of the things he was saying to me is I'm a little bit struggling on what I want to do for content. Well, there you go, my friend. Get that on YouTube. As he picks up a fantastic ace here on Fracture to put the 8th round on the board for his side. Be sure to mention to us in the chat as well, guys, what you think of this brand new map. And don't forget, guys, we have got the Birds of Prey tournament starting up tomorrow, I believe, across this weekend on Saturday and Sunday. If I'm correct, I'm not too sure who's casting it. I do believe the lovely Veracity is, as well as the name has slipped my mind. I can picture your face in my mind right now, and I do apologize, I can't remember your name. But we'll get confirmation on who will be the talent broadcaster. We'll mention them slightly later on in the show. But make sure you tune into it. It's going to be an awesome event. As GP, who I think is going to be one of the players playing in that Birds of Prey tournament, is going to open the frag onto Meg.
I think this map's very strong for the Yoru ult, I must say, because there's so many positions you can... Okay, for the Yoru ult, maybe not Yoru in general, because Drio goes down by mediocre there, but the ult just allows you to get on that site, you can spot out some players, and there's so many positions that you could sort of dance around, that you can get out of your ult and get your weapon out quick enough that you're instantly going to be able to get in a good fight on the site. And we saw it from Drio there. He ran on the site, spotted a player above him, and then got underneath and got his gun out. He did then go down, which is irrelevant to what I'm trying to say. Zaki, lovely shot on towards Nerd Out. Mediocre claims that one back, but Deck, this TP could be huge. They were blind when he did it, so they don't hear him. He is good for one, not going to be able to take that second, and that's actually going to put Team UP on match point right there. 12 rounds for them right now. They only need to take one more, and it's going to be going all the way. But Team Drio only 4 rounds behind once again.
Yeah, luckily for the side of Team Drio, they've got a bit of the bank to be able to break, as you've got Dex sitting on 7k. No doubt he's good for a drop across the board, but if you're the side of Team Jupiter here, you're saying to yourself, guys, if we lose this, we're probably going to be eco in the next, as our economy is not looking too great, and that's where it might get a little bit of squeaky bum time coming into play. But no doubt the likes of GP, they're experienced enough to have played in tournaments before. They know how to keep composed and try and clutch up and win rounds, but they want to try and finish it off here in round number 21 on the Fracture. They're heading towards A site, and GP unfortunately can't shut the push down just yet, so momentarily control in the hands of the side of Team Drio. And this has been a recurring theme of what we've seen, is the TP from Deck into the smoke at the top of A. It gives them so much control, such a great line of sight. Mediocre is flashed. Honak's going to drop. That's Drio. Mandeep finds the kill onto Elementrix, so 2 versus 5 here as Mediocre does drop. Deck finds the kill onto Nerd Out, and a flawless for the side of Team Drio. I think Deck actually tries to drop as well and die to pick up that final ult, or before his From the Shadows ult. Doesn't manage to do that, but 12 rounds to 9 now. As you can see, we're going to be pretty much going into a half buy here, if not an eco for the side of Team GP, and this could be a 10th round on the board for the side of Team Drio.
This is looking, it's looking close, because, you know, again, like you say, UP, they don't have the best buy right now. Team Drio take this win and then start building on that, and this could easily go to overtime. Hopefully, what was it you had on Monday, 26-24, did you say? Hopefully we don't go quite that far, but, you know, an overtime would be nice to see. It shows how equally balanced these teams and this map, I guess, is in general. So that would be a treat to see. But look at this 5-man push from the defenders. This is terrifying. And this is that ult I was talking about. Underneath the map, clears out all of B site. Look, where can you stand on this B site to try and deny that?
It's such a hard angle to try and hold, but the spike going to be planted over towards B now, as it's complete control in favor of the side of Team Drio. But as I say that, squad of Team GP find a few kills, and it's all falling apart here. The half buy comes through. It's all up to Mandeep. He's the lone wolf 3 side. Has got the ult. There you go, to add insult into injury. It's going to be a 13-9 win here on Fracture in round number 2 for the side of Team GP up against Team Drio. And I mean, it was a very, very close game. Probably a lot more closer than the 13-9 score would have said it. There was a few rounds that we saw 1v1s go in the favor of Team GP or the favor of Team Drio. We saw 2v2s, retakes, you name it, absolutely pop off and go crazy here on Fracture. And I mean, boy, if this is what we've got going for the rest of the tournament, we're in for a treat.
All I can say is Caster's curse at the end there. We talked about how, you know, Team UP, they weren't on the best buy. Maybe Team Dre are going to start building on that, take that round and slowly creep it through. They even had the brilliant Killjoy ult that I was talking about. But nonetheless, it doesn't matter. They win that round and it's 13-9 win for them. And just a really solid performance from Team UP there. We can't argue with that too much. And up next, we have the Team Flights versus Team Marcus. I know a lot of you guys are Raze Flights fans, but apparently we are going to be going for a quick break because that one is not quite ready for us to go. But that was an absolute treat to watch, and thank you for joining us, guys.
My name is Aaron. I'm 15 years of age, and gaming is a true hobby of mine. My hands, I could notice they were just getting weaker, and I found it really hard to play games. And then the year progressed, and then I started getting a bit depressed because I just couldn't play anymore. It would be too exhausting. So I'll be honest, I didn't think special effects would be able to help me, but they tried different angles, different positions, and they made this brilliant system that I use today. It's changed my life, honestly. With my adaptive system, with my feet, I use 2 controllers. I use the joysticks, the A, B, X and Y buttons, and then I use 2 ultralight switches on my right hand, which I use for the triggers, and then 2 ultralight switches on my left hand, which I use for the bumpers. So I had everything that I would normally use on a standard controller adapted to me, and I could use them again. With my disability, I'm limited to do things. I don't want to sound like a gameaholic, but it was one of the only things I could do for enjoyment. So gaming has really opened up that door for me, and my life was restored back to the way it was. I was playing games, I had a social network like I did before, I had friends. It helps connect you to other people in this world. It's just fun, and it's something for me to do, to unwind from GCSEs and pressure and, you know, just life. So games do mean a lot to me. I don't know where I'd be without special effects. My hobby, gaming, it wouldn't be a thing anymore. So I'm really grateful for them for that.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Influencer Fracture Showdown. I'm John P. I'm joined, as always, as I have been for the past 2 Influencer Showdowns, by the one and only Organised. We've seen 2 great games already thus far, Toby, and we have got a banger of a 3rd game, should I say so myself. We've got Team So Marcus taking on Team Flights, if I'm correct. I mean, I'm definitely excited for this game.
Yeah, I fully agree with you there, man. Like you say, on Team Flights, we've got, of course, Flights, and then Team Marcus has Grey. And I hyped up this being a Raze map earlier, so to see 2 of the best Razes in the game going against each other, that's just really exciting. But you got the scores on the screen right now. We were doing a little bit of stuff behind the scenes, trying to work out who quite make it, and right now we're looking at, you know, sort of like a Marcus UP potential final, but there's also chance for Sidrose and Noodle to make it to the final in Group A, and I think there's also chance for Flares or Freeze's team to make it to the final for Group B. So anything is still possible. These guys are still fighting for everything, still fighting for that final position, and, you know, once they make it to the final, fighting for that £2,000 to be donated to Special Effect in their name. Of course, a wonderful reason we're doing this preview event. You know, these guys are all streamers who want to do as much as they can for charity, and you guys can donate to that through the link in the chat. And I know some of the other streamers have set up some of their own donation links, so you can donate through the streamers link, and they can actually see how much of the total amount their community contributed, which is just a wonderful cause.
Yeah, I've done lots of work with Special Effects before. I've done many events that are sponsored and powered by them. They really are a great company, so make sure you guys do. If you've got any change spare, either head over to your favorite influencers channel and drop a donation, or of course here on our stream as well. We do very much appreciate it. Any little helps, obviously. I mean, I don't know about you guys, I don't usually pay attention to ads on broadcast, but when it's something like Special Effects, I love to hear all the stories about, you know, the kids and even adults, for example, that might have some form of disability or unfortunately, you know, have to use other sort of controllers or mouses and keyboards to play the game and get the best experience out of it possible. You know, for them to be able to do that and still engage and still have as much fun playing any sort of game, whether it be Valorant, Mario Kart, you name it, that isn't possible if it isn't because of Special Effects. So please make sure you guys do go ahead and check things out. We were doing a little bit of calculations, like you said, though, Organised. I think we're going to be going into the game in a second. Speaking of that, we're going to bring up Agent Select right now, but both teams on each group sitting in 2nd and 3rd place will have to pretty much win their game 13-0 or like 13 rounds to 1, and hope that Marcus's and GP's team lose at the exact same scoreline if we're not going to set up a Marcus versus GP final. But these guys aren't going to be going out without a bang. They're not going to give up without a fight. So let's see how Team Flights does fare up against Team So Marcus. An exact same team comp for the side of Team Marcus. We've got the Sage, Reyna, Sky, Raze, and the Omen. On the side of the defenders, though, we're seeing a Killjoy out of K. I'm good friends with Kay. We play ranked quite often together. She is relatively good on that Killjoy, knows when to pop them swarms, but be interested to see what Karagi picks, because right now we're probably lacking a smoke out of the side of Team Flights.
Yeah, they do also only have one duelist on the defender's side, and I was actually talking with Drio himself yesterday, and he was talking about how he thinks that this could be a... I apologize about that motorbike in the background. He thinks this could be a 3 duelist map. What do you think about that, John?
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me, honestly. We mentioned how, you know, in particular A-Site, for example, we hate to sound like broken records as casters and analysts, but we so often do so. It's a very tight map, and having the likes of a Jet, a Yoru, a Reyna is very, very useful on this map with the ability to sort of use those Leer flashes through walls. Does not surprise me at all that we see a triple duelist. You mentioned how effective Raze can be with her satchels, her boombox and nades on this map, and even Jet, we've seen it time and time again. I think it was Swizney and Mediocre who were running Jets for their team when we had a chance to tune in. They were very, very effective on this, so it really wouldn't surprise me if we saw a triple duelist come out and then just have one Sentinel and a smoke on the team. It is very, very doable, and you know what, to be honest with you, it's probably a strategy that we'll see run quite often in ranked and even tier 1 esports.
Yeah, I think they just bring so much to the table, having, you know, multiple amounts of duelists on the team, especially with that Raze. Like you say, she's so strong on this map, in my opinion. Maybe not for the satchel jumps, but I think just the ability to clear loads of angles with the boom bot and the ability to have that nade, throw it in backside, especially with how open these bomb sites are. Getting a grenade right on top of players that are maybe defusing or trying to plant the bomb is going to be so strong. But we do jump straight into this round, and 5 players coming this way. Good grenade from Flights, might be able to get the guy that was in, not sure who it is. There it is. It does get near to. In fact, I thought it was going to be able to get the Sky that was in the, what is it, Tasmanian Tiger or whatever they call it. I'm not sure. The dog. Everyone calls it the dog. The flash from Marcus does come through, and Marcus is very low, but Nami gonna find one. Mitchman claims one back for them, and it's over towards the 3 versus 4 right now, though. The defenders still seem to be in control. There is a player still lurking here, and that's going to be Marcus. Good flash from Mitch coming through, but Marcus so low. Can he? Oh, he turns away just at the wrong timing, and Karagi picks him up. Karagi, another brilliant player. First time we've seen her on the stream today, I believe. First time we've seen Team Flights on the stream, in fact. We're comfortable with Marcus. We had him for the first game, but not yet for Team Flights, and this is looking like they might be winning their first round on stream right here in the 3 versus 2.
Yeah, the stun actually misses Grey as the numbers advantage in favor of Team Flights. But as I say that, Grey levels things up as Jaws is going to get tagged up. Karagi's there to find the kill onto Dan. It's all luck to Grey and it's all luck to Jaws. It's a 1 versus 1. And it looks like Grey has got the advantage as the time whittles down. Grey finds the 3k, finds the headshot. Jaws, unfortunately for her, can't find the finishing blows to pick up that potential spike defusal. But a good start on the attackers here for the side of Team So Marcus. We mentioned we've already seen them once on the stream, and surprisingly, they actually headed over towards B site off the rip there. We know that they heavily focused towards A site. When we saw them play, who did we see them play against? It was Team Sidros, if I'm correct, in game number 1 of the day, where I think, what, 9 or 10 out of the 12 rounds we saw on their attacking half, they actually headed over towards A.
Yeah, they definitely preferred that A site. Maybe that's because, like we say, they've got Grey on the team with that Raze, close range angles. Again, I sound like a broken record with how much I think this agent is valuable on this map, but she really is. Speaking of Grey, he doesn't actually get anything. The Flight goes jumping in, the other Raze, and Marcus takes him down very quickly, of course. When you're flying through the air and a player's shooting you with a Spectre, there's not going to be much you're able to do. And Dan goes jumping in, takes down Kay. A flawless round, but that's to be expected. The enemies, the defenders were there only with classics, and everyone else is coming in with those Spectres. In fact, it was 5 Spectres, no one even buying a Judge, which I think is actually a very good gun on this map. But of course, you can struggle sometimes if they don't come your way, and with how quick the rotates, they can change position really quickly. And if you're trying to rotate into a bomb site with the Judge, it's maybe not the best weapon as you are fighting at those longer range angles.
Yeah, we already spoke about the Judge earlier on. I said I had the chance to play with Black from Heretics earlier on in the day, and he ran Omen on this map, and he was just playing around his smokes with the Judge, and it's such a useful gun on this map, especially with how close the gunfights are. Speaking of gunfights, there's Flights, there's Kay with one of her own as well, but Grey answers back with 2 of his own. Flights is going to catch Nami with her pants down as it's 2 versus 3 here, so Spike not planted just yet, but numbers advantage definitely in favor of the side of Team Flights. Now, can the squad of Team So Marcus try and edge their way onto that A spike site and get that plant?
1 enemy remaining.
It looks like Nia choosing to walk through the door. Jaws catches her. It's a 3 versus 1. All up to Grey, but if there's one player you want left alive in this situation, it's most definitely him. There you go. Finds the first repositions. That's going to be Flights who finds the tag. So, a little bit of information, but if they go hunting too fast here, Grey's got the ult, and he could literally just... If Grey gets the plant here, I'm calling it. He's winning this round organized.
That is a bold claim of you, but I can definitely see why you're thinking that. It's a position, although this position he's planting on site is hard to ult, right? Especially if you're coming from below, you're going to be shooting up at a player. There's no wall that you can really land on. That's going to be a struggle for him, but he is playing above. Oh no, now he goes down, takes the low ground, and there is a player close to him. He's surely going to hear Karagi coming up here, hides in the corner so that she's going to go past him, not going to expect him to be behind her, and this is a really good play from Karagi. The smoke actually, though, that is perfect. This is a brilliant play, though. Run through that smoke on himself, but not going to be able to get anything as Flights takes him straight down. I would have maybe preferred to see him just to walk through, not even ult there. Walk through, get behind Karagi, get that easy 1v1, and then reposition for the Flights fight. And that would have been an absolute treat to watch, but it's not going to go that way. And now, I kind of want to watch this. Flights on defense, we've seen him so many times go for those double satchels straight into an ult, try and get the clips for the content. And who knows, he did it multiple times against me yesterday. There's a nice position on B where you can come out of heaven with a team flash. And it's just an absolute treat to watch, but maybe we'll get to see that later.
Yeah, you know, thanks. Karagi and Flights are making me not look like I don't know what I'm talking about, but it's all right. We live to see another day. I made a bold statement, but sometimes it doesn't pay off for you. As I agree, I would like to have seen, you know, Gray play that a little bit slightly more slower paced. He had a lot of time to work with and that showstopper, but one person that doesn't know what the meaning of slow paced is, that's Flights. He likes to soar through the air, but this time elected to shift his way towards satellite, and it's going to be Marcus who's there waiting for him. I'm not too sure if any steps have actually been heard here, so a little bit of unfortunate timing from Flights potentially, but no, he's got such a smart brain. He's so clever. He knows how to play these maps already. K finds a great shot onto ELSD, but Gray's there to find the refrag, sorry. As it's going to be a 3 versus 4. The showstopper still available for Flights, and oh dear, I know what's going to happen. He's going to plant. The ult's going to potentially come through. There we go. There's the showstopper. There's the kill. There's 2 more players left alive. It's all up to Niachu on site. They know where she is. Karagi's going to drop her. And as soon as I saw those players all make their way out towards underneath A site, that plays into Gray's advantage. We know exactly what he's going to do. He's going to pop that satchel, pop the showstopper, stopping the show indeed as he puts the second round on the board for his team.
Okay, I only have like
yeah, we've seen Niachu play that sort of that wall underneath A, and it's worked. It really does. But when there's 4 people running at you, unless you have the world's most cracked aim, you're really going to struggle with 4 people coming around that corner. And you saw it. She just lost straight out to. I think she got a little bit confused. Thought somebody might have jumped up on top of her wall and was shooting her from the right. Looked away, and it was just bad timing for her. But a good attempt nonetheless. We tied up at 2 for 2, and this is, you know, what we like to see. Nice close games. Keep them long. Keep them good for the content. That's what we love to see.
Karagi for a second there nearly had 5 players all line up through that one gap over towards the bottom of ropes, as it's going to be an aggressive push here towards the top of Tube. In through Nest, Marcus does find the flash, but Karagi's there to find the second. 3 players left alive here. Viper's Pit on site. It's going to be a very, very difficult take onto the B site, but Gray's making things interesting as it's a 3 versus 2 now. The nade does pop through. Not going to do any damage, but oh, Karagi's such a smart player. Like you said, she's very, very good on this Viper. The spit towards those stairs, stopping any sort of push out. Nami does find one though.
A little bit too low. I was going to say the problem with this Viper's Pit on this site is the fact that it is so big. It doesn't cover it all. And sometimes that can be a problem with how, like, you sort of saw where Gray had a pathway to the side of the Viper's Pit out of those stairs from heaven. He could have really got around on that site and start peeking in and out of that Viper's Pit. Of course, though, that goes the other way. You know, maybe if the enemies get inside of that Viper's Pit, you then, as Karagi, as the Viper, can play around your own ult a lot easier. So it goes 2 ways. It's definitely a struggle. I think Viper's Pit on A is going to be absolutely insane. Get it up on top, flowing down below. It could be an absolute treat to watch, but we'll have to wait for her to get another one and maybe place it down on that A site. A lot of aggression over towards Flights here on this dish position. Now that dish, yep, there you are. It's fully wallbangable. So like you saw there, Marcus gets a nice kill. You know, of course he had to calculate where Flights is going to be, but these guys play together all the time. He knows how he plays like the back of his hand, so that was an easy kill for Marcus nonetheless. Nami, a nice ult on towards site, allows them to get straight past that Mitchman angle that he's holding from the backline here. And this is now a like 5v4 hold on this bomb site with that all trapped on this site, which could be a big struggle, especially with that Killjoy ulti.
Yeah, but they're not going to expect Karagi here to be up towards window, as that's the exact angle that they've came for. The Viper's wall goes across, Mitch finds one, K finds the second, but Nami is there to find the kill onto Karagi. K drops as well. Mitch finds Niachu 2 versus 1. LSD finds the kill and finds the third round, and a cheeky little bit of BM there. That's the first bit of trash talking we've seen all night between the two teams. Guys, calm down, it's for charity, it's only a friendly competition. But this a lot different to what we've seen, very similar to what we've seen over the past 2 games. A very close affair early on. However, we saw it earlier on in the squad of Team GP that when they start to put a few rounds on the board, this map, the rounds can really start to, total up, and you can get carried away with yourselves.
Yeah, you can really begin to run away, especially on attackers where you can just keep mixing things up, keep changing how you're playing, get there very fast. It's certainly something you can run away with, but a lot of ults ready to be invested for this attacking side, and they are wasting no time as they go charging up here. And one of the ults, in fact, on Dan's back. He's in his hands, however you want to say it. But Flights and Mitch coming in from behind. This happened to me so many times yesterday. Flights somehow is always behind you, and I think that's because he likes going for those aggressive off-spawn satchels where he's just jumping straight in, and if there's no one there, he's going to go running straight through, and Flights really making it work with that AWP. Raze AWP, it's not one that you commonly see, it's more like a Jet Reyna thing, but you can definitely do it with a Raze, and he puts up a 3-piece for that. Very nice.
Yeah, he's feeling confident. That's why he's doing it. 11-3 at the moment. Karagi there, right behind him. She's at 7-3. As you mentioned, he's always behind you. We've seen it a few times here. In particular, where I said that I thought Gray was going to win that 2 versus 1 earlier on when the showstopper was available. On defense, he sometimes even just, you're going to see it right now, right? He's going to pre-aim this angle. I can guarantee you, if Flights did not have an operator in hand, he would have a judge and he would satchel down towards A main and try and find the kills towards the back of A site. So he's such an aggressive player on both offense and defense when he has that race. The aftershock comes through. It's going to force Grays out slightly. Mitch now pops the flash through. Isn't going to find anyone, but Gray finds Mitch as Flights is there. We mentioned with the op to find the kill onto Marcus. So the team captain of Marcus's team, of course, Marcus himself, is going to drop. So 4 versus 4. The res available for both teams, however.
This could easily, like you say, the res available could easily go straight back towards a 5v5, almost like nothing has happened in the round. But a whole minute basically will have gone by. The Viper wall has been set up ready to hold off that A push, or I guess hold off the dish side. But Flights is up there already with his AWP, so maybe a bit of a wasted util, but it does go right the way through the map. And in fact, Braggy gonna be going down. Great. How is George alive there? How did that showstopper not take her down? I'm so confused, but not going to happen nonetheless. And the res does now come through. Neochu gets Gray back in the fight. Flights does take one on towards the LSD, but in the 2 versus 3, this is a real struggle. Flights, a showstopper of his own. Let's hope it's maybe a bit more effective than Gray's. K going to claim one back on towards Neochu, and Flights, is he going to go for it? Lovely shot from K as well. She's really doing well right now, and now it's all on Gray. Is all he has a classic? Surely not.
I think so. I think his teammate picked up the gun after the res came through. Flights finds the 3k, but speaking of the letter K, it all came down to her there as K picks up the 2k on pretty much the entry on the retake, right? She finds a fantastic shot onto Jaws through the wall, and then a brilliant one-tap on Tanami as well to really initiate those, those open spaces and cut off those exits. Oh, sorry, cut off those lanes and angles that could be watching the spike, and puts the 5th round on the board for the squad of Team Flights. And this is what we saw earlier on, right? It was really flip-floppy back and forth until we saw a team win 2 rounds in a row halfway through the first half. And are we going to see the same thing we saw Team GP's team do earlier on, and potentially see 3, 4, maybe even 5 rounds come into play here for the side of Team Flights?
Yeah, another huge thing is the fact that Flights didn't even invest his showstopper in that round for the win. K just really cleaned up, and so Flights still has that ready. The ult as well is still ready for their team. But there is no Karagi on their team, as Marcus does take her down super easily, jumping up. That is a tough angle to take as well, jumping up over that rope. It's not a nice one, but Mitch getting chased by a Roomba. He says, no, thank you. I'm going to take you down before I die to your Roomba. A little bit of a trade frag from them comes through, and Flights now, is he aware of this position? Yes, he is, but it's not going to be good on towards Marcus, and this is the power. Oh, no! I was going to say, this is the power of a Sky. You just flash right around the corner and get the easy kill, but Marcus decides to go for the fake flash and dies for it. Flights so aware that he can just spin back around and take that easy kill on towards Marcus. Neochu will now hear that rope, and she tries tries to aggress on towards this position, and oh no, Flight's not going to be able to get it. Yes, he will seal the deal in the end, and here it is. Here's what he's known for. Gets it on towards Dan, and surely not. He does it. The 1v4 from Flights on towards Nami. What a round from him, putting the team on his back, putting them on 6 rounds. That is just a treat to watch.
I wish we could go to a caster's reaction because I've nearly just jumped out of my chair at what Flights has just done. He names himself correctly because he flies through the air with that raise and he finds headshots as well. Oh boy, we mentioned, is that what we needed to see from the squad of Team Flights? A couple round advantage to get the confidence flowing. It looks like the confidence is in full force here for his squad as he's sitting at 18-3 on his own. And we do see a 3-round difference here as I'm not too sure. I really agree with this here. If you look at the economy, it's going to be a force for the side of Team So Marcus. If they lose this, they're looking at pretty much a 9-3 half. So I'm not too sure I agree with this force buy here for Rumi's squad.
I really am still grinning from ear to ear after watching that round. That was incredible. But K claims one on towards Dan and a second on towards Nami. But 2 trades do go back the other way. So that's a good start from them. And they're into this 3v3 now. Marcus is out on the site. Flights is there trying to hold this angle off. And will he get the angle on towards Niachu? She's stuck behind this box, and oh my god, Niachu running takes down Flights. You can tell he's going to be molding at that, but what a kill from her. Karagi does claim it back on towards Niachu, and the spike there, and oh no, here's the Viper's Pit from Karagi, but the blind does come through from Marcus. Not going to do anything as Karagi does manage to take him down as well, and this time it's the other raise. Flights running back across, gets the bomb plant, gets 1 kill, and that's going to be his showstopper right there. He's only 2 orbs away right now. And this is definitely looking possible for him. What do you think? Last time he made the prediction when Gray was in a 1v2, he was going to win it. He didn't quite make it. What are you saying now, John?
I think if he finds the first kill, he can definitely pick the other player off. But both players are going to be storming towards Connect. And Mitch does spot him. However, he's not aware that both players are there unless he can spot the... or hear the steps. He does. There's no way he's going to swing so early. He's playing at such a strange off angle. Mitch pre-aims it. However, he finds the kill. The spike defuse comes through for the Rolling Thunder also. That's going to be the 7th on the board for the side of Team Flights here organised. And I think if my memory serves me best right, it looks like it's going to potentially be an eco round going into the last. Or no, luckily for them, they do just have the economy in their favour and able to pick up the full buy. But 3 ults available on either side, but if you're talking about the most useful ults in the favour of each team, you're definitely going to be looking at the side of Team Flights here.
Yeah, that lockdown and the Rolling Thunder, I mean, the Sage ult as well, bring them back. That's just absolutely incredible. You know, they've got such good ults right now, and they're just really are putting numbers on the board. They are pulling their way ahead, and this is looking like we might get our, you know, biggest round diff. I don't know quite how to say the most rounds between after the first half. Yeah, this is looking like a 9-3 is fully possible right now, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see it. We've talked about seeing that Rolling Thunder on the A site, and it's definitely looking like it's going to be coming through. Oh, Flights, he did this the showstopper, and what on earth is this man made of? Absolute titanium. Marcus does claim one back, but Flights, how have you done that?
I don't even know if this is possible. I think Gray has shot his showstopper, but Flights has popped his satchel, which did it redirect the showstopper? I'm not too sure what happened. Either that or he's avoided it by satcheling his way up, but I please hope we get a replay on that, because I'd love to see that in the interchange of rounds. That was one of the craziest things I've ever seen. Karagi now is going to take some shots over towards Nami, who comes out of Nest, but the spike's going to be planted relatively safely. But there we go, the Rolling Thunder comes through, but it's only going to... That's actually worked to Karagi's favour. It's actually shot her all the way across the other side of site into Nest. Marcus finds a couple. It's a 2 versus 3, making a 3 versus 3 momentarily as the res does come through.
Last player standing.
Nami finds 1, finds 2, finds the 3k, but boy oh boy, I can't wait to see this here, what's just happened between Flights and Gray. As I'm just gonna, what happens here, so we see the ult come through. Yeah, I don't know, I think he's satcheled away just at the right time, either that or the satchel has redirected the ult. Let's see this in slow-mo. Yeah, the satchel just in the nick of time from Flights to escape a certain death from that showstopper. That was one of the most mind-boggling and baffling things I've ever had to cast in Valorant.
That was incredible to watch, and that's what he's known for, you know. Flight's so aware. Even against, this is where playing the same agent over and over again allows you to just even know timings on, like, I'm pretty sure he knew when that showstopper was going to be able to be shot, and he knew he had time to double satchel there, make it away, and just absolutely own the rest of the round. That was just insane. But we're into the 3v3 in this round. There has been a few trades back and forth as they go ziplining across. Look at these wonderful camera angles. Absolutely amazing to watch these guys zipline. But that was insane. These attackers now going in towards that B site. It's completely open for them. There are no defenders here. They are all over this site. Not a single defender trying to hold down this bomb site. And Dan's, I'm sure he's calling that, marking where the bomb should go down for Marcus. And sorry, that was a terrible joke. And now they're going to be in that 3v3 retake.
3v3 retake indeed. It's going to be the showstopper available for Flights, though, and the Empress available for LST. Marcus pops the flash out, gets the information as to where one of the players are, but oh, he's going to be behind the Viper wall. No one's going to check it. Of course they're going to check it, because that's Flights. As 3 on the board for him thus far in this round, but all you got to do if you're LSD and Nami is stay alive, guys. Try and play. Oh, no way, Nami's going to... Is the sound cube covered up? The sound cube was covered up by the use of the wall being popped, I think. LSD finds 2. The round went on the board, and what looked like a potential 9-3 half for the squad of Team Flights were... I'm not too sure now in terms of round difference, but I think that might have putting 5 rounds on the board sealed so Marcus's squad's spot in the final potentially.
Yeah, I think we made some calculations that it was something like they needed to build up a 10-round diff, and the fact that now the worst they can lose by is 13-5. I think you might be right, but we won't count our eggs before they hatch, and we'll just play this out still like it's normal. Oh, where is this door going? This is Valorant.
This is one of the
whoa!
This is one of the Easter eggs in the game, I believe. There are sort of a load of teddy bears within the game that you got to try and spot and find. It's a nice little chill relaxation area. Maybe this is where all the agents go between rounds or after a hard day fighting on Fracture, but who knows, as we're heading into this pistol round now, and there's actually only 2 players on the B side.
Yeah, but of course we've... Okay, well, now down to 1 player on the B side, but we've talked about how quick these rotates can be, but they are going to be a little bit slower, as I think that's Marcus just hanging around Dish over there. Not really choosing to rotate yet, but of course Neochu's going to be calling that planting B, and oh my god, Valorant UK, look at that. How many subs is that? What on earth? We'll get back to that, but my god, they're into the 4v3. That has completely thrown me off my game. Marcus comes in on the flank. That was 50 subs we're being told. Absolutely insane. 3 versus 2 now for Team Flights. I am completely thrown off right now. Nami not going to get the kill on Mitch, and it's all left on, I think this is Dan. Yeah, he is going to be... Oh no, he's defending, trying to get this bomb. Oh, the dink on towards Karagi. That's a good start. Does get one, but not going to be able to dismiss out of that snake bite. Sorry. Nice one from Karagi there, and oh my god, Valorant UK and wow, UK and northeastern Europe. Well, thank you so much. I'm sure the Goose House are thanking you guys a lot.
Yeah, so if you did grab one of those gifted sub from Val UK, we do appreciate, of course, we appreciate all the work you guys do over at Riot to bring us such a great game and allowing us to bring such a special event like this. We do really appreciate the 50 gifted subs. So I was one of the fortunate people that got gifted one. So huge thank you to you guys. Make sure you say thanks in the chat, and hopefully we get to bring you guys these events on a more regular basis. We love doing it, as Flights just gets deleted out of the air by Gray with the right click, as Karagi finds 1, but now, this is going to fall into Gray's favour here. He's got the Spectre at such a close range. He can be a real nuisance. K just trying to jiggle that bomb and bait the peek out from Gray. Has she done it? No, the slow orb comes through momentarily, but K finds the kill onto LSD. Marcus, my friend, you can't be knifing in that situation, as Mitch finds 2. K finds the 3rd, and it's going to be the 9th round on the board for the squad of Team Flights. And for a second there, I thought Gray was going to go huge and be that really annoying nuisance of a character towards Nest for a second, but Unfortunately, Mitch had other ideas as K found the final kill, and we're going to see a 4-round difference now here for the squad of Team Flights.
I really don't know how that knife kill missed, to be honest. I mean, if you guys have ever tried to knife in Valorant, you know it's a little bit different to CS:GO. It's a bit funky, but nice try nonetheless, Marcus. It was a good attempt. And what on earth was that shot from Gray on towards Flights? Free gun, by the way, just hits him with the right click, 2 bullets straight to the head, and that is enough. It does take him down, so that really sort of gave them the chance. But like you said, I thought he was going to go huge. Couldn't quite make it though. 9-5 scoreline. It's looking very, very good for Team Flights.
Looking very good indeed. That Viper's Pit already available in the 3rd round. We mentioned how easy it is to try and grab your ults these days on this map with the 4 ult orbs available, especially if you're like Karagi, who picks up a lot of kills in the process of doing so. They're pretty much saying to themselves they can win any sort of situation that they're stuck in here. Oh, Karagi's going to be caught though on the rope. It's going to be Neochu. Marcus finds one and manages to shoot out the Boombot's. Going to spot both players. Flights gets caught going into that corner as well. Somehow staying alive. Flights is just such an intelligent player with his satchels, man. Isn't smart enough though to find the gunfight win on to Marcus as the spray and pray does work out. It's all up to K. Does find the headshot onto LSD, but the headshot returned the favour as well. As the Vandal just too good in that situation, and it's going to be the 6th round on the board for the squad of Team So Marcus, but it was the bonus, of course, for the side of Flight, so nothing too out of the ordinary or too much to worry about there as we head into the 4 now. And right now, Organised, I can't really tell which way this game's going to go. When you start to think Team Flights are going to mount like a sort of 3 or a 4 round lead, we see 2 or 3 rounds go straight back in the favour of Team So Marcus.
Yeah, we were talking earlier when it was, what, 7... I think at 7-3, I said this has definitely got chance for it to be a 9-3 half for Team Flights and then really run away with it. But they ended up going 7-5. We went up then towards, what was that, 9-5 just then? And we're slowly creeping it back towards 9-6. So this still fully can go either way. I think Marcus has been a bit quiet on this map in comparison to how he has been when we watched him in the first game against Team Sidros. He was really commanding the team and taking control and showing them what to do and fragging out for them completely. But this time he's a little bit more quiet. So, you know, maybe we could see him having a few rounds. I don't think we've seen a pop-off round from him yet, which would definitely do his confidence good. Looks like we've got the Battle of the Razors on this site and the... Oh no, on the stairs. Oh, what on earth did Flights just... How did he see it? Must have seen his gun through the Viper's Pit or something. What a shot from him. And this is now looking 4v4. You can't tell which way this is going. Like you said, John, it's round by round, game by game. You really cannot see which way this is going.
That's such a huge kill there from K. That might be a round-winning kill from K onto Marcus. Marcus got the info on the dog as to where the Viper had gone. Then tries to follow it with a flash, but Kay was there to save Karagi. She backed up into A main. George finds the kill on Tanami, and it's a 10th round on the board for the side of Team Flights. And again, I don't think this does too much, difference in terms of where the final standings will be. I do think the squad of So Marcus does just creep through into that grand final. But nevertheless, Flights, showing that they've still got that team synergy. They're still keeping the vibes positive here and have got that Rolling Thunder available from Mitch to be invested into this round should they want to. And I think we are going to see a bit of a 2-on-3 split over towards B here. It's going to be Mitch and Flights heading down towards Banana and towards Nest as well. And it's going to be a 3-stack over towards Stairs for the rest of the side of Team Flights.
Going to be a struggle for ELSD and Neochu on the site to try and defend this, but a good start from ELSD to take Mitch down, but Karagi jumps up, gets both of them, Neochu and Dan, straight down in towards the 3v3 as Marcus can't quite find anything on towards K there, and of course the disadvantage of playing Sky is you can't heal yourself. The flash does come through, it's a good flash, blinds up K, but not going to be able to get anything. He did manage to get a ping down, pinged the stairs that K is on, so now all his teammates know where she is. Nami coming in, peeking in towards Karagi, and good kill for Karagi. 3k in the round for her. Great on the site already. Not going to be able to do anything against... Oh, sorry, Karagi not able to do anything against him. But K already wrapped around Gray, got in a good position and takes that kill straight back. 11-6 right now for Team Flights.
Yeah, it's going to be a 5-round lead as we head into what could be the potentially penultimate round. We've got the Lockdown, the Showstopper, as well as the Rolling Thunder available for Mitch, K, and Flights. Just the Showstopper and the Empress available for LSD and Grey on the side of So Marcus, but got to give huge props to the side of Flights here, as you know they've really impressed here and looked a very solid team in this game number 3, but a little bit too late as their tournament lifeline has already gone. Grey gonna find one as he waits for the ult to drop back down, as Mitch does drop as well, and numbers advantage here on the eco round for the side of Team So Marcus, but the Lockdown available, no doubt the swarm grenades in the hands of K as well for the squad of Team Flights, but
that is so funny, that interaction. But as you say, Killjoy Lockdown, the Viper, this is what I was talking about earlier. Get that Viper's pit up top and then just watch it unfold all underneath. I think this will even go down below as well and cover all of below. So this is very possible that Karagi is going to win this. Good start on towards Grey, and now she can play around her own smokes and own Viper's pit and get in those really good positions. The bomb is up top, and of course the other thing with the Viper's pit, if you stay inside this for too long, there we are, Karagi gets the 1v3, and this is what I mean when I say put that Viper's pit up top. These players are going to have to spend so long inside it that health goes down, and you can just really play around it. That is so well played from Karagi right there, and here you are. Flights. The Grey with the PTSD of last time shooting his Showstopper at Flights and it not resulting in a kill. He made sure he waited this time, and here you are, Karagi closing out the round so nicely, putting our team up on 12 rounds right here. This is going to be match point for them right now. Of course, the winning round in Valorant 13, that's the number you're trying to get to. Team Marcus, very far away from that right now. It's definitely looking like a Flights game right here.
Yeah, potential match point here for the side of Team Flights, and you mentioned how good that Viper's pit can be on A site, and you know, the players have proven us analysts and casters that we can be right once in a while, as Nemi and LSD combined for a few kills upon the entries, but Grey's there to trade things back in the 2 versus 4, and res available, however, and if you're the side of Team Flights here, if you can put up a res onto potentially either Mitch or Flights themselves, and I think that's what there is no way she is going to wrap back through the left hand side of B here, go for the res and plant the spike. Surely not. Surely that's the play you make. And oh, they're going to do it. Oh, George and K have got such huge brains. Honestly, someone get a neurologist to test them, because they've got 500 IQs, but Dan's got even bigger brains as he spots the flank, but K finds the kill. If they go quick enough, can they hear the zip line? There you have it. It's going to be Neochu. And that's going to be the res gone. Can K find the kill? This is a spray and pray fest. I've got no idea what's going on right here, organisers. This is a very bizarre round that's taken place. It's going to be great who finds the kill, though. Oh, my heart was in my mouth for a second there.
This is what I mean, guys, when I say, you know, we do have the players in these lobbies like Marcus, Flights, Grey, all these guys that are top immortals, and we do have players that play the game less often who just play for fun. So don't look at any of these clips and flame people in chat or on Twitter or whatever you Twitch gremlins do. You know, everyone's here to have fun. It's for charity at the end of the day. It's a bit of fun. Neochu's blessed us with the presence coming in and playing with Marcus's team and stuff. You know, so don't flame anyone. That's all I'm saying. You know, positive is good.
Yeah, the squad of Team Flights once again on match point, but
Spike down A.
Marcus has other ideas as K's going to drop, and that's the spike. Probably going to see the dog be invested here from Marcus and try and get that information as to where Neochu might be, or Jaws might be rather, sorry. I think he just elected to go for the flash instead. He finds the second and the third as Jaws and Karagi drops. It's going to be a 2 versus 5 here, as make it a 5 versus 1 as Grey finds Flights. It's all up to Mitch, my friend. We know you can do it on the mic, but can you do it with the Vandal in hand? As it's really a back against the wall situation. There you go. Finds the first, finds the second. Can Mitch find any more? He's got the Rolling Thunder to invest with as well. Marcus is going to spot him towards connecting. The flash comes through. Mitch is nothing but a dead man walking as the 4K comes out for Marcus, and we've seen a bit of a comeback on our hands here, potentially.
It seems like it, down into 4 rounds. I think that's a magic number. 4, when you're 4 rounds behind, it's almost like you're no rounds behind, because you win those 4 so easily. I always find that when I play. But those boxes you just saw Mitch get spammed through, those are the ones I was talking about earlier when I was talking about, like, they're this weird glass material. They look metallic, and so they look like you're not gonna be able to spam through them, but they are paper thin, like all those normal green and orange boxes you see. They are this weird glass that you can just spam right through, and Mitch felt the wrath of it there as he went straight down to Marcus's spam.
Yeah, we saw in the last update the Radiolite boxes became fully wallbangable. Those aluminium tin boxes as well. Not the best use of cover as... Oh no, Marcus, do not send a flash through here and kill them all, please. Don't do it to him. The flash comes through though. Flights opens the fragging. That's going to be a gun into the hands of Mitch, I believe. The showstopper available for him as well, and that's going to be invested on the side of Gray. It's showstopper versus showstopper as the kills are traded back and forth, but Gray actually finds the kill onto Flights as well. 3 versus 1. LSD's there to find the 3k as Karagi drops after finding the kill on Tanami, and it's going to be a 9th round on the board for the side of Team So Marcus. What a bizarre turn of events it was in that round.
Did I see that correctly? Was that Flight starting to full damage?
Yeah, so it was the satchel. It was the satchel up for the ult, but I think Gray had tagged him with his showstopper, but not enough to kill him. But because he wasn't 100 HP, he obviously takes the full damage off of the satchel, because he must have been around 30 or 20 HP in order to take the satchel damage that hard. But does drop, but fortunately for the side of Team So Marcus, they find the round anyway.
Yeah, like you said, it was showstopper versus showstopper, and Flights kind of comes out on top because he is the one that actually kills the other Rays, but then dies to full damage. So we'll ignore it. We're into the next round now, 12-9, and like you say, we've got a bit of a comeback on our hands. Flights does get the flank on towards Nami, and that's a good kill for him, but Gray trades straight back on towards Mitch, and good grenade, but oh, it's getting spammed from Flights up top, and this little corner metallic bit is actually completely wallbangable from straight on angles. If you do it at a slight angle, it's not quite as effective, but here come Dan and Niachu on the flank. The lurking Reyna, as Dan is known in a lot of communities, and Karagi, there we are with the Viper roll up on that site again. It's so strong. And she's really getting work done, but I don't think it's up top this time. I think it's only down below, which is the bomb is actually up top right now. I'm not sure if you can wallbang up through that floor. But Dan takes one back on towards Karagi. Flights does get it back on Niachu, and it's all on the lurking Reyna. Flights peeking him from up above. K very low behind that box. Good start there, and Flights can get the wallbang on this metal, but oh my god, Dan's done it again. The 1 versus 3 1v2. What was that? 12-10 right now, and that was a solid performance from him.
Yeah, Dan's putting them all in the highlight reel this evening as he wants his squad to go undefeated in groups and into the final with the confidence soaring high. As we've seen, that's what, 4 or 5 rounds in a row, and as soon as he finds this kill onto K, it's really up to Flights to wait for the bomb jiggle. Tries to peek slightly too early. Dan finds the kill, obviously having that combat stim advantage in that Empress ult, one of the most OP and broken ults in the game. If you're a great aimer, you can really do a lot of damage with that Reyna ult. And see the 10th round on the board. Are we going to potentially see an overtime here organised? I know you said you asked for it, but looks like these players want to provide what the viewers want.
Yeah, sure. We want to see these long games, and 12-12 to decide who's going through to the final from Team A is definitely, Group A is definitely what we want to see. But there was a kill there, instantly revived back up, so we're straight back into the 5v5. Gray, a little bit aggressive, and Mitch gonna make him pay for it. And there you are, K, with that Killjoy ult that we've said about before, under the map, under the bomb site basically, it locks out so much, and it's so hard to destroy because you'll have to push all the way around, get underneath into where the enemies already are. And look, it's an empty site. Flights goes running on, there's not a single person here. He's straight up in towards heaven. Dan does take down K from that underneath position, but it's too late. The Killjoy ult's gone down, it's popped, and now they're in the retake, 4v4.
Yeah, complete side control in favour of Team Flights. Here's this. They are on match point and they try to lock things up. But as I say that, Nami and the issue, they've got other ideas. But Mitch, being the sneaky beaky, like, bro, on the flank's going to spot LSD going up The great thing about that is Mitch hasn't actually fired a shot there, so they just think it's Flights. They're not going to know Mitch is here as well. Flights is going to have to just find one kill here, and he can go huge. All he's got to do is wait for this. Oh my god, they're both here. They're both here. Oh, it's Flash versus Flash. Marcus is there to find the first. Flights finds one. Neochu's going to stick it, but Flights finds the fourth. A huge round from the team captain to pick up the 4K and find the kills as well. Oh, for a second there, I thought Marcus was going to go huge with the Sky Flash, but I think it was Mitch who, Flights who just ran forward with the gun and just listen, everyone knows about run and gun in this game, right? Especially at close ranges. The insta headshots are a second to none. Valorant UK, I know you're watching, just ignore I said that. I'm not flaming, I apologize. But huge performance out of Flights in particular for his team. But one player I want to highlight in particular is Karagi and K. I thought they played fantastically well on the Viper and the Killjoy for their respective teams, but squad of Team Flights just slightly too good.
Yeah, I think that was an absolute treat to watch. We went 39 in the end there. I think that was so close. Everyone played as such a good. It's not even
13,
like we saw. It was 13-10.
Yeah, if they lost that round, it would have probably been overtime because they would have been forced to eco. So
yeah, that would have been super close. But we saw everyone play as a nice cohesive unit. It wasn't like one guy leading the way. Of course, you had the star fraggers, Flights, Gray, Marcus. They were all having good games, but it was a nice cohesive unit. That was really, really good from them.
Yeah, and we mentioned that literally at the start of the show, right from the top. We mentioned how important, team communication and team play on this map's going to be. We see a theme of it in, let's just use Ranked, for example, right? Or low-level Valorant esports, where you can have one player just run around as a Jet or Arena and win your team the game. You can't do that on Fracture because the maps and the sites are so open. There's so many different angles and lanes you can get shot from. It's really important that your team comp, really complements each other well and is a nice mix and blend of Sentinels, Initiators, Duelists, etc. all involved in that team comp initially. And it seemed to work for Team Flights, but we are going to go to a short break, guys. Don't go anywhere, because when we are back, it's grand final time, baby. I do believe we're going to see the squad of Team So Marcus taking on Team GP. It's not been confirmed yet. I think just off my general knowledge and my mental maths in terms of round count, I think the round difference and the way the standings are set up, I think that's what we're going to see, but we will get confirmation as soon as we come back from the break. Don't go anywhere, because me and Organizer will be right back for the grand final of the Valorant Influencer Fracture Showdown.
I'm Kerry, I'm Jada's mom. Jada is almost 9, has always wanted to play computer games, but never been able to. Jada's got cerebral palsy and finds fine motor skills very difficult, so the hand controls are extremely difficult. She's now got switches, a large switch for the main jumping and shooting, and then the smaller switches and joysticks, which is good for her fine motor skill because she has to use a joystick. Once Jada got the equipment, that was her off, and her words were, "I'm now a gamer," and she's been playing it and having a time of her life. Also, it's something she can play with her friends and not be excluded. She's now in the mainstream, playing games with mainstream children. She's now like her friends, or her and her dad will sit and play football. It's just having fun, and it's lovely to watch, absolutely lovely to watch. I just think special effects are amazing, and what they've done for Jada, it's been amazing. And thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the grand final time, baby, here at the Valorant Influencer Showdown for the brand new preview event of the brand new map Fracture. I'm going to be your host and caster, as I have been all night, John P. I'm joined by, you know what, I'm not going to lie to you, I think you deserve to hear this, the very, very good-looking man himself, Organized. He's been killing it with me all evening long. Organized, we've seen some great events. Have you got one more left in the tank, my friend?
I think we've got another map ready to go. You know, we've got to get through this one. Crown the champion. Is it going to be Team So Marcus or Team Yuppie? You can see on screen how all of the games have gone. All the results are in now. So Team Yuppie, they won quite dominantly. They won every single game that they played. They did go 15-13 against Team Flares, so they had 2 overtimes there, but they did manage to close out 3-0 win for them. Team Marcus, on the other hand, much closer. They actually only won 2 of their games. They only made it through on, I think that's a 6-round difference. That's all they won out by. How to Noodle was super close. They also got 2 wins, 1 loss, but they, in fact, so it's only 5 rounds difference between the 2 teams there. So if Noodle had won by a few more rounds in some of his other games, it would have been them in the final, not Team So Marcus. But it is Marcus. We will not stay on the pass. It is Marcus versus Yuppie. Those are your teams. So for Team Marcus, of course, we've had Marcus, Gray, ELSD, Nami, and Niachu. And then Team Yuppie is Yuppie. You can see it on the screen. Nerd Out, Mediocre, Elementrix, Yuppie, and Honak. Those are your finalists right now, playing for the £2,000 to be donated in their name to Special Effect.
Yeah, and it's just looking at the team comps across the board here. We've actually seen Marcus come off the Sky and go on to Reina. We've seen Dan switch from the Reina to the Cypher. Other than that, it looks the same across the board, with Niachu on the Sage, Gray on the Raze, as well as Nami on the Omen. On the side of the attackers, it looks like Honak's come off of the Viper and Yuppie's got onto the Cypher, so a little bit of a switch around. Nerd Out on to the stayed on the Viper. Sorry, no, it was Honak who was playing the Omen or the KO, if I'm correct. Mediocre stayed on that Jet. We saw how cracked they were earlier on. Elementrix, we know the Breach main, the resident Breach main here at the Goose House and in this tournament, a very talented player, and we saw him open up a real can of worms throughout the past few maps we've seen in the tournament thus far. But let's go ahead and head into the grand final here, Organized. I'm going to ask you for an early prediction off the rip. Are you Team Yuppie or are you Team So Marcus?
I gotta back my boys Gray and LSD, man. They honestly, I gotta back them. I think I'm Team So Marcus right now.
I gotta be that other guy then that goes to the other team, right? That's just what we do here as casters. I'm gonna be backing Team Yuppie in this one. I think Mediocre can really shine on this map, in particular against this team comp up against, and I think that's why we've seen LSD bring out the Cypher with those trapwires to stop the aggressive jet dashes from Mediocre onto the site. But I think they've got enough firepower here for the side of Team Yuppie to, you know, potentially cause some damage to the side of Team So Marcus. We're getting things kicked off. It looks like the spike's heading towards A to start things off, and I'm excited. It's grand final time. Let us know in the chat. Get your predictions in. Who you think's gonna win? And we're heading into round number 1.
It's still so odd to see like 4 players going one way and towards A, and then one guy just completely on the other side of the map. I mean, it's ELSD, it's Dan. He's no, it's not ELSD. Who is it? This Cypher, there's 2 Cyphers on. I'm not sure who is on the other team. Dan's up on top though, he is defending. The other Cypher, whoever it is, Yuppie in fact, known for her killjoy, not necessarily her Cypher, but she is going to be coming back across now. And she's, look at her, she's going slowly under the map, because that player right above her, whoever's on the Omen right now, would be hearing her if she wasn't going so slowly. So this is really allowing them, but look, the fake maybe hasn't been sold, considering there's 4 people ready and waiting on this A site, although it's not an A post. This is the speed that you can rotate with, and you can just whip around straight in towards the other site, and here they go. The only player here right now is going to be Nami, but this is with the quick rotates again through the middle of that map. You've got Gray coming in, you've got Marcus as well, and there's suddenly 3 people holding onto this site, and there are so many lanes that you can get in to this bomb site. It's really quite terrifying to try and hold this down.
Yeah, GP finds first into Marcus, but Nami's there to go ahead and trade it out. So 4 versus 3, spike yet to be planted. These players still stuck over towards stairs, and B long. Finally, one does get across, but whether or not Honak can cross with that spike as Nami finds the shots onto Elementrix. Mediocre does trade it out, and Gray's going to drop. 15 seconds left. The spike finally going to go ahead and be planted, and just like that, it's all up to LSD as Mediocre drops Nami. So 3 versus 1. A sliver of HP and a sliver of a dream left here for LSD to try and clutch up this round. And it looks like the first round is going to be on the board here for the side of Team So Marcus. And I'm going to really be interested to see here, Organised, how close this game is. Both of these two teams, we saw a really close couple maps on the stream already.
Yeah, of course, with, you know, this being a fun tournament, we don't want to hold all these guys here too long. So the final is just a best of one. You know, teams go back and forth in best of ones. You could play one team once, and then that's why best of threes are a thing, right? So that you can really get an idea of who the better team is. We're not so worried about that. We're worried about putting on a good show for you guys that we don't want to be too long, which is why, you know, last time when we did this, I think it was like a 7-hour tournament, and a lot of you guys gave feedback saying that maybe if it was a little bit shorter, it would be much more enjoyable for you guys to watch and us to cast and the players to get involved with, which is why we've reduced it down. It is, of course, just the best of one, like we said, so could go anyway, but Mediocre starts it off on towards Marcus. I think that was the only gun bought for this defending team. The rest of them all on classics. Good damage from Dan on towards Jet, leaving her very, very low, and that nade actually might finish off the job. Not quite going to be there. Yes, it will. In fact, no, it's going to be a headshot from Nami that claims Mediocre's life, and a 3 versus 4 that, you know, any damage they can do on towards this. Nihachu actually going to have a nice position flanking in from above. My God, Gray, that's terrifying to stare at. But Nihachu coming in from above may be able to get some more kills. Any damage is good damage at this point. Elementrix going to be going for the spray. Not quite. Oh my God, what on earth was that flick up towards Nihachu? Lovely 3-piece from him. And they close out that second round completely to be expected.
Yeah, really nice 3k there from Elementrix. The crosshair placement for the first kill on Nami. Great. The spray control on the transfer to finish off Gray was brilliant. And the pistol whip for the right click to see off Nihachu as he finds the 3k in the second round for his team. So moving on to the bonus here for the side of Team So Marcus as the fullback comes through for GP squad. And sorry, not the fullback from GP. It's going to be the bonus for GP's team, if I'm correct, and it's going to be the bonus for the side of the ball, the bias rate on the side of Team So Marcus. I think we might have the HUD on the wrong way around. I'm not 100% too sure. I'm tad confused. Spike going to be rotating its way over towards B site by the looks of it, as I'm not too sure if there's one player going to potentially try and hop on the zip line on the rotate. It doesn't look like it just yet. Who's this? Who's the Omen player? I think it's Nami, if I'm right. She's going to be lurking over towards B and really be the one to give that info to the squad that they're going to be rotating.
Yeah, okay, so the HUD is now the right way around. We did have a bit of a mix-up there, so sorry about that, guys. Luckily, we caught it fairly early on in the second round, so it is the right way round now. Marcus is defending. UP is currently attacking. They are a player down, and looks like they're going to be stacking up for a B take. And the only player close right now, I was going to say, is Nami, but she does claim one back for herself. And in fact, she's one of the only from her team right now with kills on the board. So let's hope the rest of them can get involved.
30 seconds left.
Not going to be seeming like it as UP gets taken down by Gray. Honak coming up from above. Seems like they will be able to get that bomb down. The nade from Gray going in towards site. Good damage. Maybe on towards Honak. Not quite going to connect. And Marcus does get one as Jack goes running back. Does he have a lineup for this position? Probably not, as it was planted in a bit of a panic. And in a 1 versus 5, yeah, you're going to need more than lineups to win that round. And a good flawless round coming through from Team Marcus. They put their first on the board, 2-1, and this is how we see it go pretty much all the time. With bonus rounds in this game, you know, you tend to lose them, and it's going to be an easy win for that team that are the ones going into the full buy.
Yeah, Marcus back on his trusty Reyna. We see how much damage you can do with it on ranked games and other games we've seen on stream in past events, and it's a very, very scary sight to see Marcus on Arena once he's popping off. And he's in the 3-2 at the moment, but we know how much of an influence he can be in the kill column. And not only that, just for the experience and the sure IGL experience, not experience, but the IGL capability, should I say, knowing what to do and where to play at such a high level of Valorant. But Spike heading towards A main here, and I like this. I like this split. I like the change in dynamic. I think I don't think Niachu's realised that her wall's not actually fully covered here. Oh no, Niachu's gonna die. I don't think she realises the wall is not being covered as she does. I'm a little bit confused as to one, maybe she's put the wall there on purpose to try and bait someone to push through it and get a kill. If so, the big brain play has worked. If not, she's realised her error and made amends of it by finding in the opening frag. But here we go, the execute towards the side is going to be LSD with the kill through the tripwire, and I mentioned literally at the start of the game as okay, that's going to stop the res come through, as that's going to be Grey with a nade onto Honak. But I mentioned the fact that LSD and those tripwires to try and slow down the dash from Mediocre, and it works as streak just there.
Yeah, of course, if that was a few patches ago, it would have been different. Jet dashes would have broken the wire then, but now they don't, and it's in towards the 3v2 though. Grey jumps up on the box. It's going to be Marcus actually that connects on towards Mediocre, and Marcus that connects on towards Nerd Out as well. Nice second round coming through from them. It was a bit close at times, but they do manage to secure it in the end. I think they're even going to wait for Grey to be able to reclaim an AWP or something and then go for the full defuse. Good AWP management as well, giving the defuse over towards Nami so that she can get her ult up. This is really looking really strong from Team So Marcus right now.
You're very strong indeed as they find back-to-back rounds and tie things up at 2 apiece. Probably going to be looking to put the third on the board as well, as the gun advantage definitely in their favour with just the Sheriff buy across the board for the side of Team Jupy. Be interested to see where Marcus is trying to peek here with that op, and it looks like he's going to go over towards B long and try and find some early information with that op if possible, and he does just that. It's going to be GP who drops. The insta wall comes through to stop any more of an aggressive push, and that right there is beautiful use of a combination of great aim from Marcus and util usage to not only dismiss away, but then that barrier orb, Sage wall, comes instantly up to stop any further aggression for the other team to try and find the refrag.
I love this from Marcus. I think he's going to go aggressive on this. The fact that he was right there when the wall broke, reclaimed the angle, and then, look, yeah, he carries on pushing through. I think he would have been even more aggressive on this if he didn't have the AWP, if he had a normal rifle. But, oh, they're all up underneath Nami, and the timing, she's got her smoke out. It's going to cost her as Mediocre gets that easy kill. Marcus now stunned up as well. Does he know they're coming above? Surely he does. Yeah, I'm going to say, Marcus, you reposition out of that. You do not want to be there when all of these players come pushing out on towards site. Sage Rule does go up somewhere. And, oh, no, Grey not going to be able to get the angle on towards Mediocre. Marcus, oh, Mediocre, what a headshot on towards Marcus. There's the Sage Rule that we heard from Niachu. Dan, can he quite get the kill? Not quite on towards Nerd Out. Bit of a whippage from him, but that's okay. Mediocre on that side, still with Honak stuck in the corner. These guys are fully trapped in right now. This is looking like they might want to save. Niachu ran back a little bit there. No, but they've come back. Niachu, a couple of love taps over towards her teammate right there. You know, nothing. What doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. I'm not sure if they can make their way round that wall. Doesn't matter. They break it through, and there is a player on the flank. And this is what you were talking about earlier, John, where you can rotate so easily and get around. Mediocre, is it for the ace? Not quite, as Dan denies it. And here come these players. Can he get any more? Is there enough time for the defuse? No, he's not even going to get that far as Elementrix takes him down. I don't think there was time for the defuse anyway. But like you said, John, you can get behind players so easily, especially on this B site. Super quick, get behind them, get that rotate on, and Mediocre showed it there. He picked up a lovely 4K right there.
Yeah, and that's a huge round for the side of Team GP as well, right? That's an eco run. They just had the Sheriffs to work with, and you know, one thing we absolutely love to see as viewers but hate it as players is the timing in this game. Nami just caught a little bit red-handed there, or should I say purple-handed, with her smoke in hand, I believe, and it was Mediocre who opened the frag, and as soon as Mediocre finds that Vandal in hand, there's only one result, and that's going to be kills on the site and a spike plant. And unfortunately, the squad's team, Marcus, just couldn't come together and put that retake through. But I like the counter aggression here now from Marcus, pushing out towards Sand and over towards Satellite, finds one, finds the second, so that's going to be two of the main players, you could say, in terms of top fragging ability from the side of So Marcus dropped. Honak tries to find a bit of an ambitious spray and pray on the ropes there. Spike dropped. It's all up to Nerd Out, as it looks like he's going to probably just try and save this up into the next round.
a full minute of saving. It's definitely a challenge, but you know, people can do it. People play hide and seek. So let's see if Nerd Out is going to be able to save it all the way through. You summed it up really well. I didn't realize it at first, but literally just that unlucky timing from Nami. Now, I'm not saying Nami lost them the round, but the unlucky timing from Nami, the fact that she had her smoke out when they went for the when they came up the rope, is what cost them that round. Giving that gun to Mediocre turned the entire tides of that round so quickly. But Marcus getting very dangerously close to Nerd Out right now. Does he scoped in? Yes, he is. And Nerd Out takes out Marcus easily. But that is almost like ringing the dinner bell right now. Look at all of these players coming running over Gray. Surely Nerd Out's going to hear him. And no, I don't think this is going to work. I don't think. Nami, left. Are you there? No, Nami? Okay, Nami does come back just in time, it seems. Maybe wasn't fully focused and Nerd Out. But the advantage of dying over the drop right there is the fact that the AWP is now going to fall to the bottom of the map. And he's not going to be able, no one's going to be able to reclaim them. So maybe it was a big brain from Nerd Out. But look at that double from Marcus. What on earth is that? This is why this guy is a top Radiant player. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier on at the top of the show, I had a chance to play with Marcus. We played a couple games yesterday where he was on my team, and when I was spectating this man, the one thing and a saying that immediately comes to mind is trigger discipline, spray control rather should I say, and crosshair placement. All three combined. The guy is honestly a very, very talented aimer. There's no doubt why he's one of the best talented aimers and top Radiant players within the European region. Really knows how to put on a show when he needs to as well, and picking up a 3k in that round to secure his team yet another round on the board, albeit he does drop to the operator at the end. But Spike now aggressing towards B stairs, and we saw this push earlier on where GP goes ahead and puts the cyber cage down. We're going to probably see Honak wall across to get them onto site, but GP does find the first on Tania Juvis. Now all up to Marcus again. Just look at the crosshair placement and the tap firing from this man. He does get stunned, but Nami's there to cover and finish off Elementrix.
Last player standing.
I'm not too sure about that one, Nerd Out, with the Viper's Pit on long, unless he's hoping that they push into it and he tries to find a few frags, as
30 seconds left.
These players are too smart and too talented to do that. He's called the rotation. No two players are rotating over towards A. LSD is just going to be lurking like he does best over towards B stairs. And I think, yeah, Nerd Out's going to get caught here in the crossfire.
10 seconds.
LSD is on site. It doesn't matter because Nami's there to pick up the kill in the back. 4 rounds to 3 in favor of the squad of Team So Marcus here. As that's a huge wasted ult on the Viper's Pit as well.
Yeah, that ult, I thought for a moment it was very smart because he placed it down on that B angle and then obviously walks out of it, which eventually after time is going to cause it to decay and disappear away. But by the time it had done that, he'd walked underneath and rotated around. That's what I thought he was going for. So like obviously the player that was on the site was going to hear it disappear and then call to his teammates, oh, he's left here, it's not here. They'll all go rotating over to A and he gets a free plant. I don't know if that was the plan. I think it might have just been a misclick or something. And then there were 2 players on the site anyway, so they didn't fall for it. Could have been smart, wasn't. Marcus is terrifying. That's all I've got to say. What another 2-piece he got in that round. You talk about how you've played with him. I'm scared to play against him. This man is an absolute demon, and he is doing so well for his team right now. Put him on the Reyna, and he will absolutely dominate. Put him on any agent, and he will dominate. But Reyna is definitely his home ground.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him drop, what, like 30, 35 frags earlier on as Sky, and safe to say I was pleased when one of my teammates dipped out and I had the chance to play with him. I was like, yep, I don't mind taking Marcus on my team, go for it, why not? Gray now, gonna find the kill on to GP. Unfortunately for her, she just got a second bite at the cherry, but Gray sending her straight back into the afterlife as he does tag Mediocre up slightly, but not before he can dash away, as I think Gray actually came out the worst of that gunfight, and Spike rotating its way over towards A, and we mentioned that quick rapid rotation from the center of the map in towards Connector, and the Rolling Thunder comes through, but Nami's been missed. Nami, just control your spray, control the recoil. She can't do it as Mediocre does find the kill, and LSD can go huge. Finds one, finds two. We know he loves to lurk. He finds the kill. The spike's going to be stuck for the defusal. Marcus finds one. Elementrix is there to find the refrag, but the trade comes through. Gray picks it up, and Dan, a fantastic use of just patient play, right? I mean, how many times would you have seen organized, whether it be in ranked or in other tournaments we've casted, where that player will hear the steps towards window and nest, and they'll just peek out and try and delay the push as long as possible, but having that game sense and the game knowledge to just wait for that spike to plant, drop down, find the 2 kills onto the players that are already low, and it's gonna swing in your favor from then onwards. And finally, a 2-round difference here on the first half between Team So Marcus and Team GP, and we saw this earlier on for, funny enough, Team GP, where they put a few round difference and they ended up starting to run away with things.
Yeah, people meme Dan ELSD for being the lurking Rainer or whatever, but it takes a certain kind of player to have the patience to do that kind of play where he knows these guys are all around him. Lovely double from him there as well, but it knows all these players are around him. It takes a certain kind of player to not peek out and take those easy kills that could be his. He's playing it well, waiting long enough that he's going to be able to get in on the site. But Marcus, talking about get in on the site, here comes a big problem with planting behind this pillar is that, oh, he doesn't hold it, and that, here comes the dash though. Mediocre, hoping that forced him off, and little does he know he was off of it before it even came to it. But oh my, Marcus, you are making me nervous with these fakes. Just hold half of it. Yuppie, lovely camera setup there to know that he's off. Mediocre surely wrapping around his right side. Yes, he is, but Marcus is aware of that, and Yuppie now gonna go peeking in just before he can get half. Lovely triple comes through from Yuppie, trying to bring the score back a little bit closer. They were 2 rounds ahead, now down to that 1 round, 5-4 right here, and that was just such a terrific round there. Marcus made it really, really close. You know, he could just go straight down in that 1v3, but he makes it super close, takes 2 down for himself. Look at him, 15-7 right now. Doesn't want to let them run away with things too much.
Yeah, I think, I don't want to try and critique Marcus. He's a much better player than I am, but he could have stuck it half initially. Obviously, he isn't to know that both players were not set up in a spot to try and shoot or get him off the spike. If he gets it half initially before we see the dash from Mediocre, that round could potentially play out in a such different way. After he found that first frag, he probably sticks it for the full spike fuse in the end. But here we go, an aggressive push now from Team GP. It's going to be Mediocre who charges his way towards the top of nest, finds one, and I love this here. I love the push through from the Viper. It's going to be Nerd Out who just flies down, finds the kill, but Marcus is there to trade it out, and he finds the second somehow. How has he got out with his life? And I just love the re-aggression. I love the re-aggression here. He's playing with such confidence. The spike, of course, already planted. 3 players left alive on each team. 2 set up on the site, 1 playing just off of it. Gray finds one, but GP's there to trade it. ELSD finds the refrag, but Honek's there to pick up the kill, and it's going to be a 5th round on the board for Team GP. And I know you asked for overtime at some point here, Organised, and what's the odds on it being in the final?
It looks very, very likely right now with how equally these teams are matched. I really thought that round was going the way of Team Marcus. When he picked up that double up in, what are we calling that, heaven upper? I'm not quite sure what the calls are yet. But when he picked that up, I really thought it was going their way. How does this man live for so long? He has players push at him and push at him. But they made it close. They made Team UP work for it. Honak finally closed it out in the 1v1, and a terrific shot from her, but they've closed it out at 5-5, and we'd love to see equally balanced games, especially in the final.
We love to give the viewers at home what they want as well and keep them on the edge of their seats until the very end, as Marcus has other ideas as he finds the first frag, and he's going to drop the team captain of her squad. That's going to be GP out until the next round, as 5 versus 4 here. Spike over towards A still, and full rotations actually come in eventually. We do see one player make their way back towards B, but Nami's there to find the kill onto Nerd Out, and wouldn't surprise me if we see the round go in favour of the squad of Team So Marcus here, unless Honak might be able to pick up a frag or the spike plant and get that res available to work with. But 45 seconds left, a lot of time left especially on this map Fracture. We mentioned how quickly you can execute and plant the spike on site, and the squad of Team GP right now, they're just trying to play the fake a little bit and fake the rotate and open up a few lanes, but what are the odds of them not peeking where LSD is? They've learned their lesson here, organisers. That aftershock goes straight to where you were sitting.
Yeah, they're aware of where this guy likes to play now, and they go send their util that way. A big thing planting behind this pillar. He did actually plant behind the more spammable position, and oh my god, he managed to get an ult. Look how high Marcus went there, flying high. He did manage to get his ult off of that bomb plant, and this is now looking really, really tough for Elementrix. He's backside, one flashbang, 4 players, make it count. Not going to be able to do that as Gray picks him up. This pillar underneath though it's a blessing and a curse, because you get in there and you can plant behind it, and it's really hard to shoot you while you're planting. Okay, he planted a bit to the side, but if you plant fully behind it, it's really hard to shoot you while you're planting. But then on the other hand, it's really hard to shoot people when they're trying to defuse. So if your teammates are still off the site, of course it didn't matter in that round because Elementrix was the only guy left on site. But if your teammates are off the site, it's really, really tough, especially the left side of it, because the left side is like concrete. You cannot wallbang it at all. Only the right side that's orange is where you can wallbang. So it's definitely a blessing and a curse in terms of planting behind it.
Yeah, no doubt these players will learn their lesson many a time in future Valorant games on Fracture, as obviously they've only had around 30 odd hours to practice on this map. They're probably learning what's wallbangable and what's not, as GP opens the fragging. That's going to be Marcus, who drops a very, very important kill that they get, but Neochu has other ideas as she finds 2. That's going to be Mediocre and Nerd Out who drops. Now, if you're the side of GP, you've got to try and get this res off. You've got to try and say to Honak, get the res off and get it off on to Nerd Out. That means you have the Viper's Pit. Oh, look at this here from Dan. Is he going to spot the players going over towards sewers? He's not, but Nami's most definitely going to hear them rotating. Is she going to call the rotator? I think they probably think they're trying to fake this and come back towards B site. And oh, this might work out in favor of Elementrix and Dan here, because they've taken so long. They're going to completely get site control once again, and the res will probably be able to come through for Nerd Out with that Viper's Pit. This is a great play here from the side of Team GP.
30 seconds.
Oh, but Nami's called it. Nami's called the bluff.
Watching the timings there was just, oh, it was so nerve-wracking. They went back, they came back just as the others start walking off, and Dan, look, he's already here. Gets the first on Honak. No, it's going to be Nami, actually, but she's hidden in a corner. If she can isolate this kill on LSD, then she can definitely still... Oh, sorry, it's Elementrix. Why am I saying it's Honak? If he can isolate the kill on Nami, she did, not quite going to get the one on ELSD. I don't know why I thought that was Honak left alive there. I apologize, but it's going to be 7-5 for the defending team. That's going to be Team So Marcus. They do manage to pick it up, and that's, you know, for the first time, I mean, we've seen 2-round buffers in this game, but I think this is the first time it's looking like it might go any further than that, because that's some good momentum that they've built now. But it's, of course, a pistol round. You can't take anything away. Anything can happen on these pistol rounds.
Yeah, I think this is very, very important for the side of Team Marcus as well. If they pick up that pistol, they probably win the buy as well. They've put a bit of a 4-round lead. They're going to potentially look to put themselves on 11 rounds as well if they can win the bonus, and they're looking in a world of good. But hey ho, we are living in the world of the Valorant games, as you never know what's going to happen, as we can see a nice little teddy bear here just jiggle peeking his way around the corner. And this right here is a visual representation of silver players in ranked, just slowly walking around corners, or just peeking out around corners without you expecting them, should I say. There's the aggression over towards Sand here, and is Mediocre going to check the corner? Of course he is, and that's going to be Dan who drops.
Yeah, I think there was... I'm not sure if there's an audio cue from when you pull out your camera. I know there's an audio cue on the camera itself. I don't know if the enemy... I don't know if Mediocre heard... So apparently I'm being told there's not. So it was just Mediocre being a better player and clearing his corners. But there is one for the camera itself, and I think maybe Dan was hoping that Mediocre would hear that audio cue for the camera and look to the left. but it's not going to be, and Dan does go down. The lurking Cypher this time, not Reyna, does go down. Elementrix picks up one on towards Grey, and a second lovely classic control on towards Niachu, leaving it all on Marcus. Low HP, or kind of low, about half. Does take down Marcus. Okay, this is getting interesting. This is getting scary. Mediocre, surely you don't give this to him. Extend the distance. That's exactly what you need to do. Get further away. You don't want the classic being able to just randomly right-click you right here. Go way further away. Still had 100 health, so even at longer ranges, a classic headshot isn't going to kill you straight away. So that was a really good play from him. Just back off. Don't give Marcus that ace, and don't let him build any more of that. And they win that pissed round that they need to get it back towards equal score lines.
For a second there, I thought we was going to see Mediocre just try and jump around the corner and get right-clicked by Marcus, but there's a reason why. He's a lot higher rank than I am, and I'm stuck in Elo hell. Of course, he's just got the bigger brain than I do, clearly, as he does, like you say, put a little bit of distance between him. And oh my god, Mediocre is going feasting, and he's feasting on the kills of the squad of So Marcus. But as I say that, Elementrix and Mediocre both drop, and that's going to be 2 guns recycled into the hands now of the squad of Team So Marcus. And it's going to be Spike planted on B as well. Both players have Spectres, so we've got a 2 versus 2 in terms of Spectres here, and Niachu does wall off that flank, so unfortunately for Nerdout, he's not going to be able to get any line of sight onto her, but this is going to really come down to GP's timing and whether or not she's going to spot Marcus before Marcus spots her. And oh my god, look at the way where that spit has fallen. That's just kept Niachu alive. GP finds the kill, but Marcus is going to run out of ammo. Has got the Empress available to try and find the kill, but GP sticking the spike. A little bit of miscommunication there, I think, in terms of where the spike was planted. The ace does come through, but to no avail as the round goes in favour of Team GP. And for a second then I thought Team Marcus' team were going to go huge on the eco.
Yeah, that was very, very close. There's something weirdly satisfying about someone getting a highlight-worthy clip right at the start of a round and then someone coming back in and just absolutely smashing it back. And we saw that exactly. Mediocre with the flash from Elementrix, dashing in, picking up that lovely 3-piece. And then Marcus just chiming back in with 2 Deagle kills. And then I think it was 2 Spectre kills. Didn't quite manage to close out the ace, though. Well, he did get the ace, but just not the round, which is unfortunate for him. A valiant effort, but it's going to tie it up at 7-7.
Oh, square here going into the 15th round, and Spike's making its way over towards A once again. And Nerdout's going to be caught off guard here. That's going to be Marcus who just pushes his way out onto the site. And oh, Marcus with a great shot onto Honak as Grey finds Mediocre. Unfortunately for Marcus, no soul orbs available, so can't. Niachu, hello. You do realise that will kill you, right? Within 2 bursts if you stand next to it, but as soon as you lose, apparently, it's just like that. The attackers sweep it clear, and I'm not too sure what the plan from Niachu was there, but it doesn't matter as they pick up the round win nevertheless anyway. So 8th round on the board here for the squad of Team So Marcus. Is looks like it's gonna be an eco now. This is the replay we saw earlier on from 3K of Mediocre, but look at that from Marcus. 2 snappy 1 taps with the Sheriff onto both Elementrix and Mediocre to nearly win his team the game. Eventually got the ace, but not the round win, and now his squad, I believe, are going to be potentially on an eco once again, but he's going to pick up that Vandal as Mediocre. A snappy Stormblade headshot there on to LSD as... Sorry, I think it's going to be the squad of UP that's got the scuffed economy. And as I say that, they do drop 1 player. It's going to be Honak who falls to Marcus. As this is going to really come down to whether or not Mediocre can frag out with this Stormblade.
Yeah, this is certainly close, and I love Nerd Out being close here. You've mentioned it before, playing around those smokes with this judge. This is definitely possible. I think it's just far enough. But Marcus dismisses past Elementary, gets behind him and gets the kill in the end. Marcus, surely he's aware. Oh my God, what a headshot. But here it comes, Mediocre up in towards Heaven. Marcus already on that 4K, and was that a wallbang through the glass or something? And oh my God, Mediocre just cleans it up for an ace. What on earth just happened? It ties it up at 8-8. You said it earlier, John. He needs to pop off if they're going to win this round, and that's exactly what just happened. That was incredible.
Yeah, let's take another look at this. I'm not too sure. Can we go into like ultra slow-mo for that replay? I've got no idea. It's like he's just bent the... It's like he's just Skyflash-esque.
I think it was just before. What on earth?
I think it was with his left hand, right? The knife came out of the left hand just as he went round the corner to find the headshot.
Do you think that makes it... No way does that make a difference. Surely not.
I've got no idea. You would think if it came out of his right hand, it would hit the wall.
That is true. Wow, what a round. We won't dwell on it for too long because we've got plenty more rounds to go with how close of a game this is being, but that was incredible to watch. Well done, Mediocre, picking up an insane ace, and we're just insert elevator music right now.
I want them to go back again and do it again. I love it. I love it. Just come back, guys. Just get some Billy Hill music, edit over the top of it, and have some fun. That's what the new map's about, exploring. But Elementrix is exploring the field of the kill column apparently as he finds one. But Nami said, hey, this kill thing seems quite interesting. Let me grab one of my own as the refrag comes through. But numbers advantage in favour of the attackers here for Team So Marcus is taking a double that numbers advantage as the res comes through. Mediocre does a little bit of damage, but Grey's there to find the refrag as Honak drops as well. It's all up to Nerd Out. The Spike's making its way to B. It's going to be a 9th round on the board for Team So Marcus.
30
you
seconds
say
left.
that, but Nerd Out, there's still plenty of chance. 1 versus 4. It is unlikely, as they are getting the bomb down. He is not on the site, and they're going to have a 1v4 after plant. But you never know what can happen in Valorant. It's still everything is possible. No ult, because he invested it just before dying to Marcus last round, which is unfortunate. But it's certainly a possibility. 3 of them, 2 of them in fact, seem to be going up towards Heaven. Marcus playing around on the site. This is one of the problems with this B site though. There is so many different lanes that you can come in towards this site from that these guys, you know, you need so many. Of course, they're lucky. They've got 4 people. I think there is 4 lanes that you can attack this site from. But if there was any less, you know, if this was a 1v2, there would be so much stuff going on in the back of their head thinking, okay, I'm not watching this angle. He could be pushing me from this one. I need to check this angle for long enough to make sure he isn't here and then come round. But Grey, is he going to check this corner? Yes, he will, but not going to be enough as Nerd Out takes him down and he's just going to go running back towards... Oh, no, it's close to Marcus, but hopefully Marcus isn't going to be able to get this kill. No, he goes zipping past and... don't think you can wallbang that, Marcus, but it's a nice effort nonetheless. You know, it would be a nice kill to see if you did land it.
A for effort, 10 points for Gryffindor for trying, to say the least. But we are going to see the 9th round on the board for the side of Team So Marcus there. And you mentioned that B site having 4 lanes. It's lucky they had all 4 players alive. I mean, I just want to echo the point that you said. Even in a 1 versus 3 there, I think, you know, Nerd Out can cause a little bit of damage, but having that extra 4th player really swings things in your favour. And squad a team at So Marcus now looking to build a little bit of momentum potentially here off the back of that win. Spike over towards A once again. The Vipers wall going to come across here from Nerd Out to try and cut the line of sight.
4-man coming in, well, 3-man coming in from A south. I'm still not sure what we're calling these sides, but I guess that's why there are there's like signs in T-Spawn. But the ultimate is committed. Marcus was that? No, that wasn't his teammate's ultimate. Oh, okay, it kind of looked like it came from behind him, so I was a little confused. But fortunately, it was not. It was just the way the map is positioned. You know, everyone is everywhere. But it is the 3 versus 5, and they're not quite going to land anything. Good flash in towards upper, and that's going to blind out LSD. He's going to have to go backing down, and Looks like they want to go over towards B actually, but the slow walk through spawn, I'm not sure it's going to be fast enough because look how quick the rotate is. We keep echoing this point, but it is so fast through that CT spawn area. You can get there so quickly, and there are already going to be 2 people set up on the site before the take even comes through.
Yeah, this rotation for the defenders from A to B almost reminds me on an attacking rotation, for example, on Ascent, where you're rotating through the middle of the map. You can shift walk through the middle of the map on Ascent and get from B up into short onto A relatively easily, right? But you can't do that. You can't shift walk the rotate, unfortunately, on this map because the lanes are so long and wide, and it's so quick for the defenders to re-aggress. And speaking of re-aggress, it's going to be Mediocre who finds some snappy headshots and is going to drop Nichu and ELSD for their worries. And listen, you guys at home wanted a tight game, you wanted overtime, and the players are living up to it as it's round for round at the moment. And I feel like it's going to come down to one of those big plays, a 4 versus 1, an ace, you name it, to try and pull the teams further apart, as Mediocre's just looking really snappy on this jet right now.
This is almost all about mental now. Who has the mental to keep going round after round, one back and forth, back and forth? Look at that, 5 rounds in a row. The rounds have been won by a different person every time. The last time we saw anything strung together was the first 2 rounds of this half. We've been 5 rounds since then, or 4 rounds since then. It's been back and forth. They're getting close to going towards that 12 round, and then, you know, they're on match point, but it will likely go to overtime after that if this keeps up. Marcus is breaking that wall early. It's always a good thing to do against a Sage wall. May as well give the info away and have a broken wall rather than keep it known that you're, you know, potentially there. Keep it a secret that you're there, but there's still just a broken wall in your way. Mediocre starts off the round nicely with a kill on towards LSD, and Marcus has got himself in quite the position.
Yeah, he's in a great position to cause a world of trouble here, because they've heard so many steps here towards Banana. They're gonna probably imagine that it's a 5 stack towards there, and as I say that, Honat finds the kill onto Grey to shut down the showstopper, so no ult available just there. But this is a great defensive hold as Mediocre finds a couple kills. Lumentrix is there to find one as well, and it's all up to Marcus. They know where he is. They know he's over towards the set of double steps here on B long. No doubt they're going to find pretty much a free frag. There you go. That is beautiful communication on the usage of the flash and then the peak from Mediocre. He finds the 3k, and I said, is it going to take maybe a 3k, a 4k, an ace maybe even, for one of these players to try and get the team the momentum? And it looks like Mediocre is trying to do just that.
Yeah, I think this is the first time... No, it's not. Excuse me. We had them in the lead before, but it's very, very close back and forth. I thought it might be the first time Team UP's been in the lead on this half, but of course they won the pistol. In fact, it might be because they won the pistol, but they were 7-5 down. Yeah, so they would have then only just gone equal. So this is actually the first time we've seen Team UP in the lead this half, and hopefully they can string some rounds together off this. This will be the 3rd in a row for them, I think, and oh my god, look at this fast take. It might be, and oh, UP does only get 1 there, but Mediocre gets another somewhere else, and it was very, very close, but a good effort nonetheless. But the 3 versus 4 is very scary considering that on Eco Tan, getting taken down by Elementrix, and it looks like there's going to be a 2-round lead right here. Elementrix jumps out on towards site, although, no, okay, Grey could have done something there, but unfortunately that wall is kind of paper thin and does get spammed down by No Doubt. 11-9 right now.
Yeah, and that's obviously a huge round to put a little bit of daylight between, and it all come down to that round before, the 3k from Mediocre to force the squad of Marcus, into that eco, and this is a huge round here. You know, if your team Marcus, you lose this, your back's against the wall, it puts match point for the squad of Team GP, and it looks like they're going to try and send it towards Satellite on A. Mediocre can't open the fragging. It's going to be Grey who does just that, but Elementrix is there to find the refrag, and immediately the rest comes through. So, early advantage in terms of numbers for the side of Team GP. However, 3 of them are going to get spotted. And they're going to know, surely they're going to have complete A side control here.
It looks like it, yeah. There is the wall up, but that's... There you are, the Viper goes down, so that wall is no more. I've got to echo the point you made. If Team UP win this, I think that's a winning condition for them. Because Team Marcus is going to be left with literally no money. So they're just going to be taking that round super. Obviously, they're going to force because it's potentially the last round. But it's going to be such a struggle for them. Marcus does go peeking in, and it's looking likely that Team UP are going to be able to pick this up, as there is only one player left alive. It's going to be Neochu hiding backside. She's completely blind. Everyone's spraying everywhere. And there you are. Mediocre picks it up for them, putting them on match point. Of course, Team Marcus are going to force this one back. They're not going to go eco because there's no point. It's potentially the last round. But the money, I don't think it's going to be good for them right now. It's going to be... This is going to be scary for Team Marcus.
Oh, the money is... Not looking great. It's not as bad as we thought. There is going to be no armor on the side of Nami. I thought we was going to see a couple Spectres dropped in, but luckily for them, they did just have enough to put pretty much a full buy through. There's going to probably be a little bit of util lacking here and there from the likes of Nami, LSD, and Neochu, but I think, honestly, this is going to come down to whoever gets the first couple frags in the engagements here. If Marcus can try and open up some angles and lanes for his team, but Mediocre's trying to do exactly the same as he finds the kill, but it's going to be traded. And Elementrix now dropped down to around 20 or 30 odd HP, so he's going to, luckily for him, be healed though. 4 versus 4. The spike's actually gone towards A though, so a huge fake might have been sold here, but no, Nerd Out, he knows better. He's going to rotate over towards A site, and Jupi, the Cypher for a squad, trying to delay this push over towards A, but that spike now looks like it's heading over towards B. The res comes through, so numbers advantage here in favour of Team Marcus.
Am I tripping? How did someone die and spawn that early into the round? Did someone go across the zipline? I'm not even sure what occurred there.
It was Mediocre. He peeked out really deep towards the bottom of the stairs, and Nami was actually set over towards the entrance to A main, running backwards and finds the kill, but Elementrix goes huge! That's the spike dropped on site. That means they know where the bomb is. All they gotta do is try and pick up the frags, but Grace there, speaking of frags, to find Nerd Out. Jupi does trade, but Honak's gone huge to find the kill. 3 versus 2. Spike's been planted. Now, it's all up to Neochu and Marcus to try and pull off the 3 versus 2. There's a start. It's going to make it all up to Marcus.
It's in the corner.
In a 1 versus 1. He's going to stick it. He's going to stick it! He's won the game! He's won the round! Marcus finds the 4K, but it doesn't matter, as I thought for a second there, surely Marcus has to swing and expect him to stick that. Especially after, you know, he gets the first kill, he gets the second, he knows the other player is still on the spike, and surely that's about 3/4 of the way defused. There's no one in their right mind's going to probably get off the spike in that situation. But boy, oh boy, what an event. And, I mean, of course, this wouldn't have been possible without Special Effects organised.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is the second time they've worked with us for this preview event. I mean, thank you to the Goose House for inviting me and John, as always. But the Goose House are doing such good work, guys. Head over to their Discord, the biggest 3,500 members in their Discord with the UK Valorant guys. And they're also running the Birds of Prey tournament, which is the female Valorant tournament. Of course, you've just seen Yuppie playing in that game. She'll be playing in that tomorrow. I don't know if her game is tomorrow, but she'll be playing in that tournament. And that's definitely going to be a good thing to be watching if you guys do want some Valorant content for the next few days.
Yeah, make sure you guys check it out. It's awesome. The first one was an absolute treat and got great feedback, hence why the guys over at the Goose House are, should I say the guys and girls, because the Birds of Prey tournament, of course, is a female and I think it's, did I say this right? Marginalized genders, if I'm correct. I was going to say marginal genders then, but I didn't know if that was the right pronunciation. And it worked a treat the first time, so they want to go ahead and do it again, and I'm fully behind it. You know, I think I speak for not only myself but a lot of the Valorant community that the Valorant esports scene is one of the most inclusive esports scenes there is, in terms of, you know, females and marginalized genders playing at the highest level of the game, and it's great to see. So make sure you guys tune in this weekend, join the Discord as always. We appreciate you guys being here, organized. I've had a great time. Thank you so much for joining me once again. I do believe you guys can still continue to give to everybody's donation link to Special Effect for the rest of the evening, if I'm correct. So if they've got their streams up, please make sure you guys continue to donate and raise some more awareness. I think we already have hit our donation goal, but obviously any extra is very much appreciated. But until next time, guys, hopefully there is a next time. I've been John Pete, that's been organized, and have a great night, and we're both off to play some Fracture.
Planted. One enemy remaining. Defenders win.